ganitong tanong, alam di ko din dahil gagang ikimataling tanong kung todo ikareta desi humilesi un babitan katu tanigan logo takun todo ideas to dekwa ana nasumma estina pinabesi lo wenti humilesi yeah reggae. So if you ever change your mind about leaving me behind, whoa, and then bring it to me, bring your sweet loving and bring it on home to me, yeah. 'Cause you know I always will be your slave until I'm buried in my grave. Whoa, and then bring it to me, bring your sweet loving and bring it on home to me, yeah. Dale. You know I tried to treat you right, but you stayed out, you stayed up late at night. Whoa, and then bring it to me, bring your sweet loving, bring it on home to me, yeah. Bring your sweet loving, ooh yeah, so bring it on home to me. Whoa, and then bring it to me, bring your sweet loving, bring it on home to me, yeah.
The link. Join the conversation now with Chris and Sabrina. Call 637-0094. Breeze 93.9 FM.
Said I'm a rebel, rebel in the morning time, so rebel. Said in the evening too, said I'm a capturer, so adventurer. Watch out. Said I'm a living man, down by work to do. But if you're happy children, said you're feeling blue, said you're feeling blue. I'm a rebel, rebel in the morning time, so rebel. Said in the evening too, said I'm a capturer, alright. So adventurer. So na 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 na. See my morning sunrise down my hillside. But if you drive the children, better travel right, better travel right. See, I'm a living man, and I've got work to do. But if you happy children, say you're feeling blue, say you're feeling blue, say I'm a rebel, rebel in the morning time, so rebel. Said I'm the evening too, said I'm a catcher, oh na na na, so adventurer. So run back over, reggae's taking over, so taking over, baby, run back over, reggae's taking over, so taking over. I'm a Rastaman, and what? Not no jail, yeah. Said I'm a Rastaman, not no jail, yeah. Said na 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 na. Na 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 na, said I'm a rebel, right?
Go see die sombranza, it's Antes die Niga Radzauz and back stresses Red thing todo mesmo I know que distância como que vai Banderata,
feel your arms around me. I don't need nothing less, nothing more. Leave me in the dark of the day. Mga umana na you walk away. I know I'm suffering now. Mga mapodong ito necesito. The end of the day. At 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 the end of the end of the day. No, 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 no. I really want us to be together. So wanna be together. And I will never hurt you. Never, no, never. Just be real with me and you can be my forever. Now let me love you, I swear everything will be better. Just to feel you next to me, I'd have all and more. Just to feel your arms around me, I don't need nothing less, nothing more. Leave me in the dark of the day. Mga umana, don't you walk away. I know I'm suffering now. Mga mapodong ito necesito. The end of the day. At 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 the end of the end of the day. No, 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 no. Danny Julia, and I know you're the one for me. Any guy, how good and so you will always be my baby. Yeah, so don't you leave me in the dark of the day. Mga umana, don't you walk away. I know it's so great now. Mga mapodong ito necesito. The end of the day. At 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 the end of the end of the day. No, 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 no. At the end of the day.
We understand what matters to you because at Docomo Pacific, we're a family too. With the Now Family program, mom, dad, and kids stay connected on the latest devices the whole family can enjoy. For just $155 a month, get 3 lines with 30 gigs of 4G LTE data each, and endless use of your favorite apps without affecting your monthly data bucket. Add more, get more, save more.
We value relationships because when we commit,
I love you guys until you're 80, until you're 90, until you're 100, forever.
we are in it for the long run. So you can enjoy the moments that matter. Because when we commit to relationships, we never stop caring. Calvo's Select Care, health care that is always there for you. Federal employees and annuitants enroll today.
Stay connected through The Link each morning on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Materne pulled down my room before you came. Excuse a mess I made. It usually doesn't make it. Southern California, but I carries on. My eyes don't say this, but will they boom? And I think about you. No, no, no. I've been thinking about you. No, no, no. I've been thinking about you. Do you think about me still? Do ya? heart is such a good enough to kick it. Gotta be just I can tell you. When I don't want to do, then I don't love you.
You guys ready?
That's why I kiss you.
Good morning. Good morning.
That's how you start a Monday.
That's it, man. Monday already. Oh, God, my schedule is all off this weekend. I thought yesterday was Saturday. But guess what? It wasn't. Hey, Jay.
Never a dull day here.
Definitely not.
Let me just tell you, because I don't want you guys to be out of the loop, but we just had a guy try and come in here because he wants to read a letter on the air all about how the pandemic is fake. He had his mask down to his nose, and oh, God, yeah. So just we're not accepting anybody who doesn't work here into the building. And the guy got kind of like he was, let's just say Bouncer Barnett almost came out. So that's what kind of show we're having this morning, guys.
Okay, and actually, to be fair, because we want to give this gentleman, he was saying that certain things. Bree and I actually work with this guy.
We did?
Yeah, because at the Guam Micronesia Island Fair, he is a retired Green Beret. He's a command sergeant major, put in years in the military, for which we are infinitely appreciative. And apparently he's fallen on hard times and everything like that. So we're going to try and see if we can help him out because, we care about people. We want to help him out to some degree. But, if you remember in the Guam Micronesia Island Fair, we were doing a live stream. He came parachuting from, 12,000 feet? Something like that? And he came in and opened the Micronesia Island Fair coming in. This guy's special forces, the hardest of the hard. He served our country.
Okay. So, good morning, guys.
So wherever you are, the number to call 637-0094. If you can email us, and then we'll try and get you on Zoom. But again, as Chris mentioned, we're not allowing visitors into our studio. That's just for the protection of our employees.
Not just our employees, but for you guys too, because I just protect everybody.
Yeah, come on Zoom, everybody. But this is not like public access,
No, but of course we want to help, guys. But the safety has to come first. I just did a whole thing on this on my Instagram because, guys, I know we've got the COVID fatigue, right? Everyone's just tired of this. They're just tired of COVID, but it's really worse than ever. We had 3 deaths over the weekend.
No, believe it was since Friday night.
Yeah.
It was 5, I believe.
Okay,
since
so
Friday night.
Yeah, it's 5. I'm sorry.
Yeah, since Friday.
It was 5. We have 5 deaths. Okay. They did the rapid engagement testing this weekend. There was something like 70 positives out of 240. The Centers for Disease Control just released a new rating on the island of Guam. No matter what the CAR score says, the CDC has issued what is it called, Ree?
A new travel health notice for Guam.
Right. It basically saying avoid all travel to Guam, as we are now at the highest risk level for COVID-19, according to the Centers for Disease Control. And people are still out here trying to hug, trying to kiss, trying to come in the studio. Guys, we just have to be safe, We have to. It's not even, I got people in my life, I don't want to, expose them to the virus. Sabrina's got people in her life, just please respect each other, okay? No matter how you feel about the pandemic, if you feel like it's fake, if you feel like it's a hoax, if you feel like, you should just let people get sick and die, that's on you. But, I'll respect how you feel about it. I'm not going to get in your face. Just don't get in ours. It's just pretty easy. I don't know what happened to our community. COVID has definitely divided a lot of us. But there was a time where we did, and living on a small island, we should know that we don't always agree with each other, but we still have to live with each other. And unfortunately, we may die with each other. So it's really important to just hold that respect. To me, it's just always got to be on the front line of everything we're doing. Respect for each other, respect for how seriously or not seriously you're taking this pandemic. Because the virus, it's everywhere. It's everywhere, guys. And we're not really getting a lot of, I'll just say the response from the government of Guam, it's kind of all over the place. The messaging is all over the place. We have on the one hand, the CDC is saying, we're very high risk. Don't travel to Guam. But on the other hand, okay. Okay, Jason's just out there. Anyway, so we have the CDC basically saying stay away from Guam because the virus is rampant and widespread. And then we had our government come out this week and say, hey, you guys can do Thanksgiving, but you can do it this way. And you could have people from different households gathering. So it's really, the messages are very conflicting. We were told that we had to strive for 5, and then we would be rewarded by if we showed the governor how responsible we are, she was going to reward us. I'm going to take a break, guys. We'll be back here with more of the Link on the Breeze 93.9.
Storage, affordable, convenient, safe, and secure. Your go-to facility for your storage needs. We offer flexible month-to-month terms and optional online payments. Need assistance with your move? No worries. We got what you need. Also, a variety of storage spaces to meet your demands with ADA accessible units, plus 24-hour security system with individual pin-coded gate and door access. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Dededo, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Dededo. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze. Holiday Head Start is brought to you by Mariana's Coating, specializing in roof repair and more. Call 483-3967 for more information.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with the Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Brought to you by Carrier, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and the Thrive Coalition. Good morning. It's 6:31. Anyway, so we were saying they had a Thanksgiving advisory come out, Sabrina. And basically they have said that you can have up to 5 people outside of your household at your Thanksgiving gathering, which I just really had a hard time understanding, because the doctors that we had on the week before, Dr. Hoa, they were all talking about how Thanksgiving is going to be very crucial because people are going to gather and they're going to spread the virus, and everyone's going to be looking at 2 weeks from now when the virus incubates. And so I thought that meant that, they were going to say, stand down for Thanksgiving. But instead they did the total opposite and said, oh yeah, you guys can have up to 5, which means you guys are going to have up to 50 or 10 or 15 people at your Thanksgiving. I just felt like it was a little confusing to me, Bree, because I'm not even sure what the hell criteria are we even going by anymore. This government is so freaking confused. It's confusing.
I mean, a part of it could be that they acknowledge that people aren't going to stay within their households. So in lieu of that, maybe we should just tell them, okay, we know that you're not going to stay within your household, so here's what you need to do. But they preface the entire guidance with, just as a reminder, this is the executive order that you're supposed to stay, within your household. Congregations and social gatherings are still limited to 5. I mean, I don't know, but that's what I think maybe. But we're going to have public health on the show, as well as Crystal Paco San Agustin, to talk about the guidance that was issued by public health.
Yeah, we are. But I don't know what you guys think. I mean, is that any way to govern, to say, no one's going to listen to me anyway, so you know what? Go ahead, guys. Do what you're going to do. Just make sure you wear a mask.
Well, clearly, people have been doing what
but they've been doing what they're doing because we have weak leadership. We have absent leadership. The governor chooses to govern us by way of video release on Facebook. That's like the most we see her. She got more time for the Rotary Club than she does for the people of Guam. Sorry.
No,
I'm not even sorry. It's like,
I
dude,
don't know
how
why
do you
you're
not
sorry,
get it?
but okay.
How do you guys not get it? It's crazy. I mean, we're at the worst, and they keep saying things like, in the first wave, we did really good. Well, this is not the first wave, guys. It's not. This is the wave that's, this is like the tsunami. So why do they keep expecting the same results when they're not doing the same things that they did? I mean, they opened the floodgates, and they're wondering, like, why aren't we doing as good as we did in the first wave? Are you daft, man? And then when they put out this car score thing, which I understand that, they're trying to give people a number, and, really in talking to these guys, why put out a car score and tell us to strive for 5 and then just throw that out the window and say, whatever, go ahead and have Thanksgiving? I just don't get it. You did this whole campaign to tell us how important the car score is, and then you tell us strive for 5, and now it's like strive for turkey, guys. Strive for jive.
Strive to stay alive.
Yeah, we should be just trying to stay alive out here. And it's serious. A lot of people, they're tired. They think it's over, it's fake, or whatever. I don't think it's fake. I mean, I had one of my kids caught COVID. That's how serious it is, guys. You know what I mean? And I just really wish that we just had more presence from the governor. I mean, it's crazy. We're getting Crystal Paco San Agustin to come in here and tell us. I mean, no offense, but I didn't vote for Crystal Paco San Agustin. And I'm just not confident that they can come on and answer the questions that need to be answered. Who can? Public health, the governor. I don't know. And some people out there might say I'm hating, but I'm really not. I think if you talk to people out here, they're yearning for some kind of direction from the administration, because right now they're like, do this. No, don't do that. Do this. No, okay, don't do that. Okay, we're good. Okay, car score's down. Oh, wait, CDC says high risk. It's very frustrating. And I feel like in a lot of ways, we've been abandoned, Since they declared this PCOR fund, we haven't really heard from the governor. I mean, we had her on election night. And I mean, I just feel like you got to come out and you got to tell the people, you got to explain to them. It's Monday. Yeah, it's Monday. It is Monday. The 23rd of November, Thanksgiving week. We'll get into the Thanksgiving guidance and all the information that's come out over the weekend as we continue to struggle with this virus. 5 deaths since Friday, 106 total. The rapid engagement team was out and about this weekend. CAR scores at 15.7. Continues to decline as our situation, our numbers continue to get worse. That's weird. I don't know what kind of math that is, but, hey, we just got to get it down, guys. At 6:37, let's go ahead and jump into the news now here on The Link, The Breeze, 93.9. Good morning to our Facebook Live viewers. We're a little behind, so we'll catch up with you guys on the other side of the weather. But first, let's get into the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Mantanani.
Today. Over the weekend, the CDC upgraded its travel health notice for Guam. Guam is now being designated as a level 4 area. The CDC warning that there is a very high level of COVID-19 in Guam. The notice stating that travelers should avoid all travel here and that travel to Guam may increase your chance of getting and spreading COVID-19. The travel alert was issued on November 21st. This is the same day the CDC adapted its 3-level notice system to a new 4-level system for COVID and updated the criteria to determine the travel health notice levels. For areas like Guam, factored into the travel notice are COVID case counts, new case trajectory, hospitalizations, and testing positivity rate. Again, the CDC has designated Guam as a level 4 area, warning that there is very high level of COVID in Guam. The Archdiocese of Vigaña reports that Mercy Heights Nursery and Kinder was closed temporarily after an employee tested positive for COVID. The employee reported their results to the school Friday, the same time they received them. The Archdiocese Office of Catholic Education is working closely with Public Health and Mercy Heights, and the school is following all the necessary steps to ensure the utmost safety of our children and all adults at the center. While it does not automatically mean that this person acquired the virus while at Mercy Heights instead of elsewhere, the school is undertaking the safety measures for the protection of everyone. The last time the employee was at the school was on Monday, November 16th. The school will undergo deep cleaning and sanitization while closed. Since Friday night, there have been a total of 5 additional deaths related to COVID-19, bringing the total number of people who've passed away from the virus to 106. As for the latest case counts, according to the Joint Information Center, since Friday night's number, out of a total of 941 samples, 133 returned positive for COVID. Guam's current COVID case count is now 6,549 confirmed cases since March. There are 2,013 active cases, while more than 4,400 people have recovered from the virus on Guam. As for hospitalizations, there are a total of 50 people hospitalized at GMH, GRMC, and Naval Hospital. 7 are in ICU, and 3 are on a ventilator. Guam's CAR score is 15.7. The goal is to strive for 5. As of Friday, 100 more inmates and detainees from Post 5 and Post 18 were retested. According to the Department of Corrections Director Joe Carbolito, he says in consultation with Public Health, 2 different posts have few prisoners experiencing mild COVID-related symptoms, which led to the retesting. We are waiting for those results. And with more news, here is Tyler Matanani.
Half a day, good morning, everyone. I'm Tyler Matanani with your headlines here on The Link. It's been nearly 1 month since all Dodea school students and staff returned to in-class learning. According to Pacific West District Superintendent Dr. Jeff Arrington, from the school population, approximately 2,000 students are face-to-face with the remaining 4,000 opting for virtual learning, and they managed to remain COVID-free.
The one thing I would say right now, people seem to understand that this is a situation where safety is the most important thing we're doing. And so it really hasn't been a struggle. Kids keep their masks on.
Dodea Pacific West District Superintendent Dr. Jeff Arrington says to date there has been no positive cases of COVID-19 reported among students or staff.
Related to the school or in school or exposure in school or COVID cases, we've had 0 across those 2,000 students.
The key to zero positives is not having a zero tolerance mentality, explains Joint Region Marianas Commander Rear Admiral John Manoni.
At the end of the day, I hope everybody realizes that this can't be a zero tolerance mentality when it comes to these schools, just like we can't have a zero tolerance mentality on our ships concerning COVID. You know, we know that when you put big groups of people together, despite your best efforts, you may get a positive in there, and then you just got to fight through it, and don't give up the ship. Keep getting after it every day.
It was on October 26th when Dodea made the announcement of returning to in-class learning. Dr. Arrington says there are numerous mitigation strategies in place for the health and safety of students and employees that began before arriving in the classroom.
About 2 hours before the student leaves their home, they need to be screened for COVID symptoms, temperature. Mom, dad helps check off that they don't have any of the symptoms that may give us an indication that they're symptomatic or could be positive for COVID.
Then once leaving the home, the mask must go on prior to getting on the bus or dropped off by a parent. Upon entering school, everyone must sanitize their hands. Dr. Arrington says the classrooms have been rearranged to allow for social distancing.
A lot of the extra things have been taken out of the room. Some of the things that would normally take up more space so that we can spread desks out. We've taken up carpets and things like that maybe would hold on to something like a virus longer. And we also have purchased a physical barrier, we call them, or a plastic shielding, and for every single student. So even though they are spread out and their masks are on, there's also a physical barrier, a clear plastic barrier or divider that sits on every kid's desk with wings that kind of come out from the side of that where their head is. So not only does it encapsulate around the space beside and in front of them, but it has little wings that come out in case the student turns to one side or the other and may have a situation where there would be an additional risk.
Dr. Arrington says with the majority of the school population opting for in-class learning, the class size has remained fairly the same, with about 18 students in a class. He says lunch periods have been spread out in order to reduce the number of students at a time, with the lunch tables having plastic physical barriers for each seat. As for the morale, Rear Admiral Manoni says he's heard both sides of the argument.
A lot of teachers and parents that I've talked to are very thankful that we're back to in-classroom learning. And then there are some that are concerned, and rightly so. It's been going well, and we're cautiously optimistic that it's going to continue to go well. The students are very much complying with the mitigation measures that the schools have set up.
Dr. Arrington says now a month in and their school community is comfortable with the new norm, wanting to expand learning strategies. However, he says what's more important is the optimal learning environment for students being stabilized.
Right now, it's about keeping the kids in school where we know they learn the best so that we don't take away their opportunities for right now and the future.
Public Health has launched another digital and tool to respond to the pandemic. In addition to the Guam COVID Alert app and Sarah Alert, the Guam Respond tool provides public health officials with accurate and timely data and workflows to manage case investigations and contact tracing. The tool is used for people who are in home quarantine or in isolation. Public Health will enroll confirmed cases and close contacts into the Guam Respond system to conduct exposure monitoring for close contacts and isolation monitoring for confirmed cases. Individuals can update Public Health on their health status on a daily basis during the period of time they are participating in the monitoring. Senators discussed a bill today that would make the production of child pornography a first-degree felony. Currently, possession and distribution are already felonies, as is enticing a minor into explicit acts. But bill author Senator Luis Muñoz says Guam is the only jurisdiction that does not mention the manufacturing of child pornography.
Nude or semi-nude minor a crime. It is very specific in its elements that require the subject to be portrayed in a sexually explicit nature or are sexually explicit themselves. If you are able to read or listen to trial transcripts of child pornography trials, you will find prosecutors saying every time that the internet has made this crime much worse than the sexual assault. The child is victimized again and again every time someone views or downloads a photograph or a video.
Munia's bill was patterned after federal child pornography laws. Manufacturing or production would become a felony that carries a sentence of 5 to 15 years. That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
The Guam Memorial Hospital is ready to roll out a new antibody treatment for COVID. The territory was one of several areas selected to receive doses of the newly FDA-approved Bamlani VMAB.
80,000 doses of the new antibody treatment Bamlani VMAB have gone out across the country.
We've received the 50 vials, 50 doses that was allotted to Guam.
GMH Administrator Lillian Posada says they're ready to put it to use.
It is in our pharmacy.
Health's rapid engagement team, along with the FSM Association of Guam, deployed to Dededo yesterday, specifically in Piga and the NCS area. The RET nurses and support staff visited 3 apartment complexes in NCS and 1 subdivision in Piga to engage all the residents living there and offer free COVID-19 testing, as well as other wraparound services such as supplies and educational material. Public Health, meanwhile, has issued its guidance for Thanksgiving gatherings that the safest way to celebrate Thanksgiving this year is to limit the gathering to people who live with you in your household. If you do plan to spend Thanksgiving with people outside of your home, there can only be a total of 5 persons at the gathering. You're advised to wear a mask if you have guests in your household. Stay at least 6 feet away from others who live outside of your household. If you attend a gathering, you're advised to bring your own food, drinks, plates, cups, and utensils, and avoid going in and out of the areas where food is being prepared or handled, such as in the kitchen. And now we have that story regarding the new FDA-approved Bamlani VMAB.
80,000 doses of antibody treatment Bamlani VMAB have gone out across the country.
We've received the 50 vials, 50 doses that was allotted to Guam.
GMH Administrator Lillian Posada says they're ready to put it to use.
It is in our pharmacy. The doctors, our doctors here, have already pretty much, gone through the protocol and all that literature that was provided to us from HHS and from the Eli Lilly company.
According to the FDA's website, Bamlani VMAB is authorized for COVID-positive patients who are 12 years of age and older, weighing at least about 88 pounds, and who are at high risk for progressing to severe COVID-19 and or hospitalization. This includes those who are 65 years of age or older or who have certain chronic medical conditions.
They're ready to roll it out. They all agree with it, and they're ready to administer the transfusion. So the individuals that come into the emergency room who meet the criteria test positive, because we have to administer it to individuals who test positive within the first 10 days, and who do not, who meet the criteria.
The goal is to treat people who are at high risk with a mild to moderate case of COVID so they do not have to be hospitalized.
So they can administer it in the emergency room. The administration takes about 30 minutes to 45 minutes. The individual is observed in the emergency room, and if there are any reactions, they will then respond accordingly. And if not, no reactions within the 2 hours of observation after it's transfused, then they are released. They still need to continue isolation because they've tested positive.
The drug is not authorized for COVID patients already in the hospital. Guam was approved for the allocation of the 50 vials by HHS. It reportedly was distributed to areas with some of the worst cases in the country to help ease the burden on hospitals. Posada says it's likely some of the vials will be shared with GRMC. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Sabrina Salas, Materne.
A quick update on tax refunds. DRT and the Department of Administration will be mailing out 1,874 tax refund checks this week, totaling a little over 4.4 million. These include refunds that were garnished to repay GovGuam's debts. They are for error-free returns filed on or before May 21st. Also, Revenue Tax processed 130 EIP program payments totaling about $222,000. Altogether, for the months of April through October, DRT processed 82,646 EIP program payments totaling about $145 million. This represents about 96.8% of the total funding received from the U.S. Treasury. Curfew takes effect across much of California as the state and the nation confront an unprecedented surge in new COVID cases. The numbers are adding up fast and shattering records. More than 195,000 new cases were reported Friday. 1 million infections have been logged in the past 6 days. The fast development of vaccines offers a glimmer of hope, but experts warn we have not yet seen the peak of this new surge. With colder weather coming and the holiday season upon us, the worst of the crisis could still be ahead. Daniel Bacchus reports.
One, two, three. The long-feared worst-case scenario is now being felt across the country. Several states issued new restrictions in a desperate attempt to slow the surge. Tonight, most of California is under a 10 p.m. mandatory curfew. Despite a week of unprecedented spread, there's mixed reaction.
There's a lot more we need to be doing. We should be over this. I don't think the coronavirus is hiding in a tree. Wait until midnight or 10 o'clock.
The order is also contributing to a surge of panic shopping. Shelves once again wiped clean of the essentials.
When I did walk in, it's picked over and you start to get nervous.
In the Midwest, a strained healthcare system. Hospitalizations in Minnesota are the highest they've been during the pandemic. Governor Tim Walz issued a last call temporarily closing bars and restaurants for a month and issuing a mask mandate.
I understand it's not easy and it's not fair, but it's a sacrifice that we need to make.
In Oregon, health officials are at a tipping point. New surge tents in place to help with hospital capacity. A grim scene in El Paso, Texas, where inmates are helping move the dead. This as the country heads into Thanksgiving week. The TSA expects to screen 6 million people as the CDC warns against holiday travel.
Needed to get away, needed to just kind of get back to a little bit of normalcy for us. We travel a lot, and this is the first trip that we've taken all year.
Dr. Ann Ramoyne is a UCLA epidemiologist.
So there's so many points when you're going to be in contact with others. It's really difficult to be able to make sure that you're controlling your environment when you're traveling.
The desire to see family and friends this holiday is driving a rush for testing all across the country. Here at Dodger Stadium, up to 13,000 people can be tested, many waiting in line for hours for peace of mind. Danya Bacchus, CBS News, Los Angeles.
And we now head into the Zoom room where we get your work week weather forecast with the National Weather Service's Landon Idolette. Good morning, Landon.
Hey, good morning. How are y'all doing today?
We're doing okay.
It sounds like a busy morning over there.
Yeah, it is. How are you?
I'm doing good. It's a busy morning over here too. We have a lot of weather to talk about, but let me get back to the CDC right quick. When when the CDC went out yesterday, my first thought was when they said abandon travel to Guam, I'm thinking Star Trek 4. Are y'all any Trekkies over there by any chance?
I watch Star Trek, but I also watch Star Wars. I like all of that sci-fi stuff.
Yeah, one of these probes came over to planet Earth and started causing all these environmental problems, if not a virus, but it was all weather and environment. And it said, avoid Earth and all travel to Earth. But with the crew, you're always in good hands. So, yeah, back to the weather. It's actually a pretty busy morning over there, or over here in the region. We have this surface circulation passing right over us this morning. I'm going to show you that right quick. A lot of times people think the world spins around Guam, but today it does, because you look at that. We have this broad circulation right over top of Guam this morning. So you have the winds coming from the northeast and sweeping around to the south on our west, and then on to our east, the winds are coming from the south and up towards Rota. So you have this broad circulation right over Guam. So if we had a little bit more daylight, we could see that in the visible satellite imagery because the circulation's right north of Retidian Point, going towards the southwest. So that's going to be passing through the area today. Spotty showers for us this morning, but we have a lot more showers and thunderstorms sitting off to our east. I'm going to get to that very shortly, because right now we're dealing with a tale of two different cities between Guam and Saipan weather. We do have high risk of rip currents for east-facing reefs of the Mariana Islands today. That's our only alert active at this time. That's a high risk of rip currents for east-facing reefs. So if you don't have to be swimming out there today, don't be out there on the waters. Stay in safer zones, like off of Tumon Bay, for example, if you're on Guam, or for Saipan, off of Garapan, off on the west-facing shores and reefs. That's where you want to be swimming today. As far as the weather going on, outside of the airport right now, we have northeast winds at 3 knots. So it's really not that bad this morning. Just some spotty showers here at Guam, but in Saipan, they are howling at 32 mile per hour sustained winds with some showers and thunderstorms moving through the Saipan airport. They had wind gusts upwards of 39 knots. That's almost tropical storm force wind speeds right there, but those are just gusts, and that's just associated with those strongest showers pushing by. I do have some video coming from Glenn Polycare at Saipan. This is this morning. I'm going to turn you around right quick. There you go. This is just a few moments ago in Saipan, and notice those trees are just whipping by. Whoa. This is the scene this morning in Saipan. For us, we're on the weaker side of that circulation as it's moving towards the west-southwest. So the lighter winds are over Guam, but then the winds pick up to the north of that circulation. And that's the scene today, because we're going to show you the satellite picture. This is the wind speeds measured overnight. So you have Guam right there and the lighter winds, but up to the north where you see the greens and the different colors, those are the stronger winds up over Saipan and Tinian. And then another satellite pass. These are polar orbiting satellites. These yellows and oranges, those are 20, 25, 30 knot sustained winds over there farther to the east. Will we see those winds over Guam and Rota? Probably not. That's going to stay off to the north, and they're probably feeling the brunt of that right now as it sweeps by to the north of us. But once this trough passes by, we're going to see some stronger winds come up from the southeast. Oh, so there's our trough axis right there, just east of the islands overnight. It's moving over the islands right now. And as it moves west, the winds are going to shift over Guam from the northeast and pick up from the southeast and increase in intensity, probably about 15 to 20 knots sustains. So the weather forecast for today is spotty showers for Guam and Rota, but those showers are going to build in as we go through the afternoon and evening hours, because we have this mass of clouds and showers sitting to our east. That's all going to come over us tonight. I'm going to flip to the infrared where we have more data overnight. This is where the weather is right now. So the colors, the lavenders, the blues, that's heavy showers and thunderstorms, the deep convection going high up into the atmosphere. So the deeper the convection, the higher those clouds are. And that's where your thunders and showers and thunderstorms are. Once that moves over us, we're going to see heavier showers tonight. They're already getting that action up there in Saipan and Tinian. That's where those strong winds are. Looking at the balloon sounding last night, it's not too impressive with our winds over the surface. And what I talk about over the surface, that's like in the 4,000-5,000 feet overhead. When you have those stronger winds aloft in the lower several thousand feet of the atmosphere, heavy showers can help push those wind gusts to the surface. And that's what they're seeing in Saipan and Tinian this morning. We don't have too much gust factor right now in the atmosphere over Guam. But once this trough axis shifts to the west, we're going to see those stronger winds from the southeast, and then we can see some gustier winds overnight. So what do we expect in the week ahead? Much drier. We're going to have the showers tonight. They're going to start tapering through Tuesday, and then we have a drier midweek. So Thanksgiving looks much better than it does today and tonight. It's going to be a little bit breezy out there, but it's more of a trade wind flow as we go towards Thanksgiving. But we do have another circulation or another surface trough that will be pushing our way towards the coming weekend, the first as we approach December. Are the tropics done for the year? Well, the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, we're currently watching no activity at this time. There's no suspect areas across the region. That's the good news. But we are still coming up through Thanksgiving and through December, and some of our most notorious typhoons have been later in the year. Typhoon Pangsawa and some other notorious storms that have occurred. Yeah, so don't let your guard down, even though we don't expect much activity because of our ongoing climate pattern. It's been pretty status quo, not bad across the region. All that tropical weather's been to our west and our north. That's good news for us, but it's never a bad idea to keep your guard up and keep your eyes off to our east in case anything develops. And so, like I said, we do have that disturbance or surface trough that will push our way in the coming weekend that will give us more showers and thunderstorms, probably by Saturday and Sunday after Thanksgiving.
Hey, Landon, it's Jace here, man. Thanks as always, for your information and everything. Really, really cool. I mean, we've learned so much about, just about weather systems and the way you guys, forecast and predict. I'm actually looking on Twitter right now, and there are some young people who are actually asking, and they said, a lot of people I know that get into the NWS come from military backgrounds because, that is a big part of, especially our friends up in the Air Force. But you are someone who actually went to school to do this kind of work, right? You're a proud grad of NC State.
Go Wolfpack. North Carolina State University, and I actually keep my diploma up here on the wall.
I'm surprised you haven't got like Wolfpack gear and everything that you're rocking all over the place.
That's all back home. But yeah, there we go.
Yeah, so for people that are wondering if they would like to get into this, if they are considering this kind of career path and everything like that, what kind of skills do they have to have? I mean, obviously you're really good with like data analysis. You're good with map reading and everything like that. What kind of background should one have, and then what could they expect if you want to like pursue this academically?
Well, definitely you need to have those skills in math and science because that's where the basis of meteorological education is found. It's in the thermodynamics of the atmosphere, how it all works, how it culminates together. And so if you want to be in like an operational forecaster like I am, you definitely have to get that 4-year bachelor's degree in meteorology. And you can get that at universities like North Carolina State University, Florida State, Oklahoma State. But they don't have that at University of Guam. So if you're local and you want to go for a degree in meteorology, you can start out at University of Guam, take out your basic courses, get that first 1 or 2 years of classwork done here at University of Guam, and then transfer somewhere like University of Hawaii or NC State. Those are both great, fantastic schools for tropical weather. You can go into the research side of things if you really like the more mathematical and scientific details and the thermodynamics. I'm not much of a math and science guy, and actually that was my weakest point through college. But yeah, here I am in the Weather Service. Because I powered through it, and that's what you have to do.
Well, you did mention Oklahoma State, in Stillwater, Oklahoma, which I'm sure Sabrina's never going to acknowledge because she's from OU. So she would probably.
I'll acknowledge them. Program. They just lost to OU yesterday. There you go.
How's that for crushed in Bedlam? All right. Yeah, but
OU's got a fantastic program, especially in storm chasing. So if you like the adrenaline rush, OU's storm chasing program, that's where you want to be.
In the at the station I used to work for in Oklahoma City, actually in Oklahoma, period, storm chasing is pretty big. It's a pretty big deal over there because of the tornadoes. So.
Before I came to Guam, I was in Oklahoma City with my last job, but I was there for about 5 weeks, and that was where I saw my first tornado. So we had this line of tornadoes, and we're expecting that outbreak. And so when the sirens started going off, it was my first time experiencing those. I'm on the OU's campus, so the sirens start going off, people start running for cover, and I'm looking for the tallest parking garage that I can get up on the top level. And I'm on the 7th story of the stadium parking garage, and I'm looking to see the funnel clouds start developing just south of campus near where my office was. So I watched that tornado touch down and move out of the city. It was the most fascinating thing I've ever seen. And then I took a friend of mine, she gave me her car and to go chase it. So I went over there and followed it for a couple hours, and the damage and destruction that was following that, what became an EF4 tornado, was mind-blowing to see that in person. Yeah. So things go from pleasant and nice to destructive so rapidly in those situations. Here, I'd much rather deal with a hurricane or a typhoon because you see those coming in days ahead of time so you can prepare. But a tornado, you know there's going to be an outbreak of the possibility of tornadoes, and it's like, okay, is it going to be your neighbor's house or is it going to be your house?
Yeah. And you're right, because, when I can't remember what year it was, but where I lived, or my parents' house, the entire neighborhood, there was a half of it where the tornado rolled through. So if you just go down a couple blocks from my parents' house, neighborhoods were wiped out. Where as opposed to my parents' house, it was still intact. So it's kind of, it's really, crazy how you see things like that. And it could have been, my parents' house. So even when
it's that easy.
And
for us, we're fortunate because all of our walls, our exterior walls and most of our interior walls are reinforced concrete. So we hunker down and we stay put, and we can handle some of the worst that nature throws our way if you're prepared for it. And so that's where we as an island, we're very fortunate to have these building codes in place, because when we have those threats of a category 1, 2, 3, or 4 storm, there's concern, but you don't have the fear for your life, and you don't have to have that high level of stress because we are reasonably safe and secure against those threats.
My first typhoon on Guam was Paka. And, coming from Oklahoma, I understood, what it's like to go through a typhoon. But when Paka happened, I didn't know what to expect. And that was just so devastating and so sad, and it was around the holidays too. And so, I had to have to go out and cover the story, and seeing the damage and just parts of the island just flatlined, right?
Well, that's the thing. It's like for people that experience storms like that in the region, that's where I got my interest in weather. I think it was the superstorm of 1993. If you ever have a chance, go look that up. March 1993 superstorm, and that was a eastern, basically the entire eastern coast of the United States was affected by the strong nor'easter type event that came out of the Gulf Coast and then up the Atlantic coast and strengthened. It wrecked the eastern seaboard, and seeing the trees fall in our yard, and then we had to put on our helmets and get in the closet and hunker down overnight because we had trees falling all around our house. I was fascinated by it. It was eye-opening, and I wanted to learn more about weather and how things can go from calm and fair to destructive and violent so quickly, how to get more involved with that and experience it more. That's one reason why my brother and I, we came over to Guam, because we knew that Guam is Typhoon Alley, and we wanted to get more of that experience and see some of the nature at work. Fortunately, for the island, it's been pretty slow. We've had some of our slowest years in, I think, 2010, 11, and 12, and then also this year's been pretty slow. So that's not entirely all bad for the island.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad that it's been slow. Knock on wood, right? Because even for Saipan with you two, that was. How did you guys communicate with Saipan during U2? Because there's no National Weather Service right on the ground over there.
Yeah, we are the weather service for all of the Mariana Islands and all of Micronesia. So we do forecasts and observations for Palau, the Federated States, and also the Marshall Islands. Fortunately for Saipan, their communications were up and running for the most part. So our office was communicating with them by email and also Facebook. So we had phone calls coming in from people as their houses were literally ripping apart from around them. If you have like a wood roof or wood and tin, those will not do well in such situations. And we had phone calls coming in, people hunkered down together in an interior room, and you can hear the sounds of breaking things and glass peeling apart around them. So that was one night of hell for them. And so that's the worst case scenario. As much as I like a good storm, to be looking at a category 5 or a 4 typhoon coming towards us, it'll give you strange feelings. That's all I can say.
Did you get a chance?
But that's what we're here for.
Yeah. Did you get a chance to go to Saipan to see the damage yourself?
Yeah, Chip Guard and Mark Lander went up there immediately after the storm for the forensic analysis to do the post-storm damage reporting and analyzing the damage and debris trail. I went up there let's see, it was 2018 October. I was up there, I think the following February, just 5 months after the fact. And I was up there for a conference, and to see the damage up there, the north, you could tell there was a storm that had come through and they were recovering fairly well. But once you get south of Garapan, the damage was incredible. 5 months after the storm, and it looked like the storm had just come through the previous day. Power was widespread outages. Even when I was there earlier this year, people are still living in tents. There's still tents. I think there's a school on the south side that was operating primarily out of FEMA or military tents, and that was near the airport. So the damage was significant, and the repairs are continuing, whether it's infrastructure or personal household structures. So those events will set you back a number of years just in the recovery. And then to get back to what you would consider normal could take anywhere from 5 to 10 years. And so, yeah, that's a worst case scenario.
That's kind of still, I mean, even till this day, and it's not, there's still people living in tents. That's really sad to hear.
Yeah. I know when COVID was starting to spin up earlier this year, my biggest concern was setting up tent and field hospitals because of any threat of storms. And so we in the Marianas, we've been so fortunate to have a slow year, to have a La Nina type pattern over our region, that it's kept all that activity minimized across our region so that we can focus on the COVID response and keep people safe, at least from the weather side of things.
Yeah. Well, Landon, I really do appreciate your time and chatting it up with me as I was locked in here about myself.
Oh, wait, so you guys did share that story?
No, I didn't. But
Oh, okay.
What's going on?
Yeah, okay. Can we please inform our audience of why the weather today was a tad longer than...
What do you guys do, weather for the year?
Okay, so, and Landon doesn't even... Okay, Landon, so...
I don't know if you heard all the banging.
So Chris had to go outside and interviewed that gentleman who had a story to tell from a socially responsible distance, of course. So he interviewed him on his phone. I stepped out. The door closes to the FM studio behind us, and then locks, and then the bolt breaks. So DJ Joser, who happens to carry his Leatherman, you know, the Swiss Army knife of Swiss Army knife. There you go. Put it on camera, Joe. Let's go see that.
Filipino ingenuity right there, sir.
Seriously, man. Let's go see that bad. But look at that.
You ever look at a guy like, why is he going around with that Leatherman? He's never going to need that. Well, that's why.
So DJ Joser disassembled the lock. I mean, Chris and I were about to break down the...
No, Jason was. Jason was like, let me get it. I'll kick it down. Like, I want to see this. Let me move back.
You know, I mean, I'm so skinny, I could probably fit through the crack in the door. Chris was going to swing his belly around and break
Anyway,
break the door
guys,
down.
we're really behind, so we got to go. We got to take a break. Thank you, Landon.
Thanks, Landon.
Appreciate it, man.
Wow, man. Thanks for coming through.
At least we know you can go the distance. You might get
Y'all have a great day.
Might get you your own show on here. Okay, bye. Well, it's all downhill from here. Good morning, 7:15 again. This is the Link on the Breeze 93.9. We'll be back with more of the show next.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze. Holiday Head Start is brought to you by Marianas Coating, specializing in roof repair and more. Call 483-3967 for more information.
gesture of kindness can brighten a child's day on Christmas. With donations more challenging to deliver, this year, the Salvation Army is in need of your help with their Toys and Joy Drive. Donate new toys or gifts for children and teens anytime between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. at their Teton office drop boxes up until December 22nd. You can also drop off your toys to our donation drive-thru in our parking lot in Harmon between 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Giving Tuesday, December 1st. Let's all do our part and dig deep to bring some joy to kids in need this Christmas.
Today, the Canadian Care Force is calling upon our island community to come together for Giving Tuesday on December 1st for a safe way to help take care of our island family.
On Tuesday, December 1st, stop through our parking lot in Harmon for our donation drive-thru.
We're helping the Salvation Army's holiday campaign. You can drop off your non-perishable food items and gifts for kids and teens to our curbside attendants so we can help ensure your safety.
We'll have holiday entertainment while you wait, refreshments, and other goodies for donors.
And the link will be live on location,
So you can be part of the show.
It's all happening between 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. Let's get together and show the world that Guam can still come together for good on Giving Tuesday.
It's Monday. Monday! Whoa! Yeah, Monday! Right on. Good morning. It's 7:19. Let's go to the Zoom room where we now call to order this impromptu meeting of the Mayor's Council of Guam, where we have assembled. Where's Mayor Johnny?
I just need to turn on his camera.
Okay. We have, the president, Taitano Mayor Melissa Savares. Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
Thank you for joining us. And we also have PD Mayor Jesse Alec. Good morning, Mayor Alec.
Good morning.
Mayor Johnny Kinata of Umatic. Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
And Melissa Mayor Ernest Chargaloff. Good morning, Uncle Ernest.
Good morning.
So I know you guys are wondering why we called you here this morning. Now you know why. This is something that we've talked about a lot on the show and just with the different mayors. And it's the divvying up of the funds for the, was it the roadside maintenance, Mayor Ernest? Mayor?
Hello?
Yes. It's the divvying up of the roadside maintenance budget, right? The cutting of the grass and all that.
Yes.
Yeah. And so I know that you had an issue as one of the smaller villages. And go ahead and we'll just give you the floor and just tell us what your issue was, and then we'll take it around to the other mayors.
Yes, Chris, Sabrina.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, am I, do I have the floor?
You have the floor, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Anyways, the funding distribution for the street maintenance, the consistent and historical distribution has always been to address the maintenance, the street maintenance of our village, respective villages. Now, if I sent you and Sabrina a copy of the consistent and historical data on the funding itself, and all through the years from 2007 that I sent you all the way to 2020, fiscal years 2007 to 2020, the consistent and constant competing interest in the funding is that each village were to receive $20,000 every year from 7 to 20, and the remaining balance of the funding is to be divided on a prorated basis based on a percentage of each respective village's road mileage to the total road mileage of Guam by the inventory of the Department of Public Works. Now, the funding itself provides the not equal, but the fairness and the size differential. If you would note your document that you have, it was always provided for the difference between, let's say, Umatec as the smallest village to Dedito. And it's always been accommodated the size differential. That is not the issue here. Is that the FY21 budget, okay, was severely cut by 68%. We experienced the same cut back in 2011 of 54.55%. During that time period, the $380,000 that each village were getting, 20,000 times 19 is 380. When 2011 came about, it gave the higher percentage of the distribution because of the 380 being locked in already. It doesn't move until it goes down below the 380,000, which would zero out the language of the law to distribute the remaining, because there's nothing remaining at 380. You're going to get 20,000 each. Now that the funding went down severely to 281,000, then that's where you need to establish a precedent of how much money within that 281, because you zero out the pro rata, which is based on the percentage. So at 380, 100% of the funding would go to the village mayors, which is 20,000 each. So when at 280, the precedent was established already in 2011, when the funding was down at 470,000. Okay, the percentage of the distribution is 80.69 for the 380 and 19.31 for the road mileage on the pro rata. This year, it should mirror the same distribution as 2011, but 2011 was only at 80.69. There's a difference between 54.55% and 68 of about 6.75%. So as the funding goes down, the percentage that will go to the mayor continues to climb. When you come to 380, it zeroes out the language that the remainder is to be prorated, because there's no money to prorate. You're going to have 20,000. Now this year it says the provision that each mayor may receive up to $20,000. Well, with the vote that was taken, instead of allowing the smaller villages to try to reach up to 20, we were going down because we were the numbers were erroneously applied. If you guys saw the documents I sent you, if you look at the numbers, the 186 that was put over to the road mileage, the pro rata, should have flipped and go to the other side and that would be divided by 19, the 186,000. Yet they put it on the other side for the prorater. On the prorater, the more you give money to the prorater, the more they do gets the money because they don't jiggle. But they should mirror the percentage, and the distribution should have mirrored what was done in 2011. In 2011, they do only receive 39,000 of the 470. Why is it that in 2021, when the funding went down to 281, Dedido is going to receive 44,000 when the funding was higher? They received 39. So it doesn't make sense if you, Christian Serena, if you go across what was voted and you take my option A and the distribution of 2011, you see that option A and the 2011 budget mirror almost the same significant differential. When you take the one that was previously voted, the provision said each mayor's office may receive up to 20. It didn't say up to $44,000, which Dedido and Zigo received 42. Option A mirrors what was done in 2011, which is a precedent, and already the funding itself provides for the size differential. If you look at option A, you might not only receive $219.50 for the road mileage percentage. Well, Dedido, on the other hand, received 7,800, Zigo, 7,400. So already the size differential is being accommodated. That was done also in 2011 as well. If you look at 2011, Dedido received 19,000. Well, Yumanac only received 500.
Wow.
If you look at the historical in 2007, when the funding was at 1.5 million, Dedido received 240,000 in road mileage. And Yumanac, which is the smallest, received only 6,000. So the size differential has always been addressed. It's always been addressed historically and consistently. This year, that would have been fine if they put the 186,000 to the other side and then the 95,000 to be prorated, because it addressed the historical significance and the precedent. Otherwise, you could put 200,000 or 240,000 to the road mileage and leave the remainder is going to flip.
Right. Uncle Ernest.
The language didn't allow that.
Uncle Ernest, before we go over to Mayor Savars, I wanted to switch it over to Mayor Alec because you threw a lot of numbers at us, and I don't never do numbers this early in the morning. Mayor Alec, can you kind of dumb it down for us a little bit?
Well, good morning. Good morning to Mayor Ernest. Mayor Ernest has always been that way ever since I've known him.
Right. That's very thorough.
For some of us, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
And within this whole ordeal, I think, I don't think there was any ill intent of anyone in the council or our executive director at all. I think Mayor Ernest does have a good point, and that was the reason why I voted for his proposal, because his formula does follow historical data somewhat, and it does set a precedent when moving forward in other fiscal years, should we have a budget similar to what we have this fiscal year. What I think is what I think is fair, we're all experiencing difficult situations this year, and so we all have to share that burden. I cannot imagine how Dedido and Jigo are going to continue to function. In PD, if we went with the previous approved budget, we would have received $9,000, and our gas alone averages $7,000.
Wow.
So, it doesn't, even for the small village of PT, it just isn't fair. So it's not going to really be fair for any one of us. But I think the Mayor Ernest's proposal does provide justification and a fair allotment to the villages. And that's my take on Mayor Ernest's numbers.
Mayor Tavares?
You know, I of course I voted against it. You know, Mayor Alec has explained how his just fuel for the year was 7,000. My fuel for the year, because you know we have a much larger area, and our population versus Molesto's population is 1,800, and probably growing, if not decreasing. My population is 45,000 and growing. You know, the road mileage, it's not just for fuels for our vehicles, but also the bush cutting. We still need to cut grass, even if we have a few maintenance. That's something that's still a priority. You know, I'm reading the front page of the PDN where it talks about seniors, the mayor's delivering meals to the senior citizens. You know, these meals need to be, we have 2 senior citizen centers versus PD that doesn't have any. Molesto has 1 with maybe 10 participants. You know, I have over 400 participants in my senior centers that get meals daily. These meals need to be delivered by 1:30 in the afternoon. It's not going to work if they're going to just take 1 bus for each center and get those things delivered. So we have to take vehicles out, which, you know, doesn't get just run on fumes. It runs on fuel. And so, of course, you know, at that meeting, Mayor Chargleff had said, well, you know, you as a president should be voting and look at the interest of everybody. I understand. But you know what? If I have to compare apples and oranges, you have 1,800 residents that you need to take care of. I have 45,000. What is the disparity? We're getting 20,000 in street maintenance operations. When we had the first formula that we voted for in October, that Mayor Ernest missed that meeting. You know, if he comes to the meetings regularly, he would know what's going on. But he missed the meeting. I can't say what reason, but at that meeting, I would have gotten 44,000. And then it was, you know, of course, Mayor Materne, he's not running. He's not going to be the next mayor. So he wasn't concerned about what they were going to get in GHO. You know, so of course, I went from 44,000, which we voted for in October, to 20,000. Last fiscal year, we spent 53,000 in fuel. So I brought my fleet down to 2 vehicles only running. Anybody that needs to go anywhere other than operations, you pay for your own fuel. You know, I'm not driving a government vehicle. And so, of course, you know, I'm not part of the fleet, using a fleet card to get fuel, because I want to focus on what we really need to do in the community. So the disparity, I'm sorry that your residents moved to my village for better opportunities. You know, I'm going to fight for my people. And so, of course, I've done a lot of reduction in my community already since the beginning of the fiscal year, and more so since we went down to 20,000. I don't know. I told my staff, I said, well, let's do an allotment schedule and maybe have at least $12,000 for fuel. But we've always been accountable. We've always watched our spending, but more so I'm calling seniors, you know, residents to say, I'm sorry, you guys need to start taking care of yourself in this area. You know, businesses, I'm approaching businesses, they need to start taking care of the frontage of their areas, because the government's not going to do it for them.
Mayor Ernest, sounds like shots were fired there. Why didn't you show up to the meeting?
You know, do I have the floor?
Yes, you have the floor, Mayor.
Okay, Jason, Sabrina, yes, I acknowledge that she has to fight for people. This is not distribution by population. This is distribution by street and road mileage. Like I said, the funding already allocates for the differential. The mayor compares apples to oranges. That's exactly what you're doing, okay? Because we're not dividing it by population, because if that's the case, then every time I get 2,000, let's say round it off to 2,000, you're supposed to get 45,000, okay? Because, and then when you give me 4, you get 90. that the funding you talked about last year, 50,000. Well, Dedido received 107,000 for road mileage alone, and a total 127. So you still got $77,000. So you guys in 2011, where was this concern? And I understand that the mayor of Dedido, was opposed to the distribution that was previously voted. Now she's opposed to it being changed. I don't understand, because you know what? If you make a vote, you vote on what is right, okay? And that is why I'm saying that the president and vice president, if you're going to argue, at least have a basis and a foundation for your argument. The record, the historical data of the funding itself provides that precedent. You know that if when the funding goes low, Dedido comes down from high above and joins us lower ranks. And that is evident in the distribution of 2011. When she went, if you look at the historical data and distribution, in 2007, she received 240,000 just on road mileage alone, in addition with the 20,000 each village mayor gets. They got $260,000. Okay. Then in 2008, when the funding went down by 400,000, and it was not very significant. She went from Dedido went from 240 in the road mileage down to 154. Now this is historical data, guys. You cannot ignore it. Okay, it went from 154 with the $20,000 that each village gets. Okay, she went from 154 up to 174. So you always add the 20,000 above that. And then in 2007, 8, 9, and 10, okay, Dedido received under just the road mileage alone is 140. I'm only looking at Dedido. Then you go down and look at Humanac, the smallest. While she was getting 240, Humanac was getting 6,700. So where's the gripe there? You know, it's being already accommodated, the size differential. We're not distributing funding by people. I can never be equal to Dedido unless Malaysia grows in land size or by population. But the differential has always been addressed historically. And she didn't have a problem. Dedido didn't have a problem. She was the mayor then in 2011. She didn't have a problem when she was brought down from high above down to 39,000 to be almost not equal, but a little more than the ones right below them. But Dedido and Jigo will always enjoy the highest percentage when it comes to when the funding is higher. So that has always been historically from 2007 to 2020. You guys have been enjoying the bigger villages, especially Dedido and Jigo, has been enjoying the most of the funding. That's why I made the equation that if the pie is big, you can have what you want. But when it's small, come down and share it, okay? And that was done already in 2011. That was the precedent, okay? When you're so used to being above the 100,000, and then you come down. Where was the argument then in 2011? Why is it that Dedido received 39,000 when the funding was at $470,921? Yet when the funding went down significantly to $281,417, she went from the funding went down, she went up. So it doesn't make sense that when you go down, you have to go down as well, because percentages and numbers don't lie.
Right. Mayor,
you're supposed to.
Mayor Ernest, we're gonna go over to Mayor Johnny because I made him get up early and he's not talking. So, Mayor Johnny, they talk about the pie is small. Is Humanac getting enough pie to eat?
Good morning, Jason, and I'm so Jason. Good morning. Now I'm hearing all this because Mayor Ernest came to my office and was telling me. And first, I want to thank. Good morning, Jesse and Mayor Melissa. You know, I try to make. I don't want to make enemies with the mayors. I enjoy every mayor that I spoke to. We enjoy. But when Mayor Ernest came to my office and was telling me, the first thing I voted for that because I was wondering how come my gas went down that low. And we do a lot of grass cutting here in Humanac, from Agate to Humanac. We have our parks that are not cut. Veterans Day, the parks weren't cut. We have to cut it. because I called the director up. Nobody came to cut it, and it was Veterans Day. So we cut our Memorial Park to make it nice for the veterans. And we've been using a lot of fuel, cutting from Agayamatic, the cemetery, the church. We're doing everything. And I was so disappointed about the gas. And then when Ernest came to my office and was talking to me about it, you know, I'm not really good with numbers. And I told Ern that I wasn't good with numbers. And I thank Jesse Alec for that. When we voted for that, and we went up to 5,000. I was a little bit happy, but not too happy about it. And Mayor Ernest came in to my office, told my A, can I speak to the mayor? And then he was showing me all the paperwork about the fuel system. And this one, the mayor of Dedidu, I understand that she has a lot of, the population is bigger than Umatic. I understand that. The thing is, we all love our people. You support your people. We support our people too. But like Mayor Ernest was saying that about the gas fuel, you know, we do a lot of things down here too. I mean, it's not about the population. It's about the things that we do down here in our village. We use a lot of fuel down here, just cleaning everything, you know, try to make, I call Public Works, I call, you know, for help and everything, but this pandemic is the one that's slowing everything down right now. So we're doing all the cutting. We have the poles that are, tangan trees are growing. We're gonna have to trim that ourselves because, you know, I've been calling for that side mower to cut. I haven't heard anything. They said, yes, they're gonna support me. I haven't heard anything, so I'm just gonna go ahead and cut it with my maintenance. We're gonna keep doing our job. And inauguration not even up yet, and we're doing all the work we can do before Thanksgiving and Christmas. So I just want to thank Ernest and Jesse Alec for supporting, you know, this fuel thing that Ernest was working on. I saw what's happening is we're just because we're a small village, it doesn't mean that you know, you're gonna put us at the side. You know, there's some people here in Yamada that are offering gas now to my village. You know, I was telling them that I didn't even use my truck, only when I go downtown to do shopping for my equipment. I park my truck at the office now. Every day the truck is parked here. Mayor Ernest sees it. Every time he passes by, it's just parked in the mayor's office because I'm trying to save fuel for the grass cutting, doing everything down here.
Instead of fighting amongst each other, you guys maybe tried to go to your oversight chair, who's also a former mayor, to try and get some help with funding so that you guys are adequately funded, not just for gassing your vehicles and doing your roadside maintenance, but just overall, because the way I understood it to be set up is that all mayors at the end of the day get the same amount of money to run your villages. And that was something that Mayor Rudy Matanani had mentioned months ago during one of the last meetings that the oversight chair attended.
Mayor Alec?
Well, I think in the end, for most of the funds that we have, we do share we share the pot. It's just in the street maintenance budget fund that, you know, actually is prorated. And so I think like I said in the beginning, we're all going to experience a cut. It's difficult for everyone. But I think that the revised or the newly approved budget for the streets maintenance budget is a little more equitable for most of us. Of course, the majority will have more, and the larger villages will, of course, see a decrease. But then again, you know, that's where your creativity comes in, and you try and figure out how to make things work on your end. For the larger villages, and I'm not trying to say what they should do, but I believe that with the larger villages, you'll probably have more to reach out to for help. And some of us smaller villages, you know, we have our mainstays, those community partners that continue to help us. So for the most part, we do share most of the budget equally. It's just this one fund that's prorated based on street mileage.
we're kind of running up against some time constraints here. Mayor Savares, so we want to give you the last word, and I would really like to continue this discussion, and maybe we could fold in more mayors. But go ahead, Mayor Savares. Are you? It kind of seems like, from what these mayors are saying, they feel like the little villages are being picked on. How would you respond to that?
Well, Chris and Sabrina, there are only 4 really large villages that are over 10,000 in population, actually over 15,000 in population. And yes, they said the numbers don't matter. It doesn't matter what your numbers in population are. But you know what? When we have a high number, that means that they're living in other subdivisions that are not, actually some subdivisions are not part of the local mileage. The last time that the DPW did an inventory of the local mileage streets, that was in 2009. So we're 11 years behind. That cost $300,000 to get a contractor to do a better number. Tamuning continues to say that she has 3 housing developments that went up since that local mileage inventory was done, and those streets are not included. I have 4 housing developments that have gone up and they're not included. So where there's people, that means there's more roads. And as a matter of fact, the larger villages continue to do what we need to do. We're very resourceful. We have business partners. We apply for grants. So we're resourceful in our communities as well. We go out and meet with our businesses and our neighborhoods to ask them, to increase their property value, take care of this area. And it's, about everybody working together. So, we'll do what we can with 20,000 in our street maintenance operations. We use that fund for, say, maybe drug testing for new employees, and this is the time. But I think if you're a new employee, you're going to have to pay for your own drug test, and so we'll be creative with those type of things. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Ernest, Mayor Johnny, Mayor Jesse. Thank you guys so much. I don't think this conversation's over. I think it's just beginning, especially when you consider what next year is going to be like. Right? So be safe, guys. Wash your hands. Stay home, and please keep an eye out for Thanksgiving. And don't be scared to teal people's ears out there.
That's for sure. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving to everybody.
Happy Thanksgiving,
Happy
Mayor Ernest.
Thanksgiving.
Mayor Johnny, be safe down there.
That's Uncle Ernest in Des Moines.
Okay, thank you, Uncle Ernest. All right. Thank you, Jesse, Mayor Jesse. All right. Thank you. Wow.
All right, thanks.
Okay,
Thank you,
Esther.
Jim.
Of course. Right on. We'll take a quick break. Coming back with Crystal Palco San Augustine, the Adelu Press Secretary and Public Health Spokesperson, Janela Carrera, next on The Link. It's The Breeze, 93.9.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most
gesture of kindness can brighten a child's day on Christmas. With donations more challenging to deliver, this year, the Salvation Army is in need of your help with their Toys and Joy drive. Donate new toys or gifts for children and teens anytime between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. at their Teton office drop boxes up until December 22nd. You can also drop off your toys to our donation drive-thru in our parking lot in Harmon between 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Giving Tuesday, December 1st. Let's all do our part and dig deep to bring some joy to kids in need this Christmas.
Today, the KUN Care Force is calling upon our island community to come together for Giving Tuesday on December 1st for a safe way to help take care of our island family.
On Tuesday, December 1st, stop through our parking lot in Harmon for our donation drive-thru.
We're helping the Salvation Army's holiday campaign. You can drop off your non-perishable food items and gifts for kids and teens to our curbside attendants so we can help ensure your safety.
We'll have holiday entertainment while you wait, refreshments, and other goodies for donors.
And the link will be live on location,
So you can be part of the show.
it's all happening between 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. Let's get together and show the world that Guam can still come together for good on Giving Tuesday.
The Christmas Pops virtual marketplace is kicking off on Sunday, November 29th, showcasing local vendors, crafts, and gift-giving ideas to get your holiday shopping season going. Watch our Christmas Pops virtual marketplace special on Sunday, November 29th on KUAM TV8 at 11 a.m. and Facebook Live with lots of interactive features and giveaways. Then find all the vendors featured on KUAMChristmasPops.com. The program will be encore through December and on demand on the stations of KUAM Communications. There is still time to become a vendor. Visit KUAM.com or email Betty-Ann at KUAM.com to find out how. On December 29th, let's check off Christmas lists and support our local economy while doing it. The Christmas Pops virtual marketplace is presented by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today. Domino's. Visit domino's.gu for faster, easier online ordering. And JA Guam, bringing the business of life to life.
Day of November. Welcome to this episode of The Link. It's proudly brought to you by Carrier at 647-COOL, IT&E, Calvo Select Care, federal employees and annuitants. It's the 2020 Federal Benefits Open Season. Enroll now until December 14th, and you can call 477-9808 for more info. Also brought to you by the Thrive Coalition, Burger King, and Calvo Enterprises. Good morning. 7:53. Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room. We're here to talk about just a whole bunch of stuff. We have Adelup Press Secretary Crystal Paco San Augustine, and from the Department of Public Health and Social Services, their spokesperson, Janela Carrera. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I guess we'll just start with Thanksgiving because that's kind of what's on everybody's mind. So we saw the new guidance coming out. There was just one question I had, and I guess we could start there. So Thanksgiving gatherings are limited to 5 people, period. Is that what we're saying? Because I know that there's an allowance here for people outside of your household, but I just wasn't clear on what's the total number of people who can be at a Thanksgiving gathering. And then we'll just go from there, I guess.
So to clarify that question, Chris, the safest way to celebrate Thanksgiving this year is to celebrate with those within your household. So if you have a household of, let's say your family, right? So how many kids? 5 kids, yourself. So that's 6 people. So then we're not limiting you to 5 people. But in the event that you do have a household smaller than 5 and you do want to have someone over, your limit, you should really be mindful that it should be 5. Nothing has changed with the governor's executive order. Nothing has changed with the governor's executive order. The social gathering limit remains at 5. A safer at home advisory remains in effect. So again, we ask people to celebrate this Thanksgiving by spreading love, spreading thanks, but not spreading COVID. So celebrate within your household. And that's the ideal situation. We really we encourage families to, if they have larger families, to celebrate via Zoom, to maybe drop dishes to one another in a safe way. But, again, safer at home advisory remains in effect. Please try to celebrate as much as you can with those within your household. If you do have a smaller household, maybe you live alone, or maybe it's just you and your partner and you want to have 3 others over, then you can. But we also encourage you to eat outdoors. Again, that's also in effect. That outdoor dining is allowed through this executive order, through the current public health guidance. But again, wear your mask, social distance, and we also encourage you to, limit that foot traffic into the kitchen. Maybe assign someone to dish out the food, the way we do at the buffets. We just have so much we've learned about COVID-19, and a lot of the stories we're hearing is that it's spread when people are eating. That's when you let your guard down, when you let your mask down. I did interview a police officer who caught it while he was eating with his coworker. And so when we put down our mask, we put down our guard, and COVID can still spread that way. So we encourage you stay within your household.
Janella?
The other thing too is, a lot of times we don't realize that, especially during the asymptomatic phase of the virus, is when we're probably the most highly, the virus spreads the most. So you could be asymptomatic and have the virus and be spreading it. So you may feel fine and you go and visit, your friends, your family, especially during Thanksgiving, which is when people really do want to visit, their grandmother, their mother, their family members. But you may not realize you could be spreading the virus. So it's really important, to try to stay within your household, those that you frequently see, frequently spend time with. And like Crystal mentioned, if your family size is 8, those are the people that you live with, then of course we're not limiting that. We're not telling you to kick out your husband, your wife, just because the limit is 5. But if there's only 3 of you and you want to invite 2 people over, that's fine. But try to keep the social distancing. Use plastic cups, plastic spoons, disposable plates, and limit, the interaction, the contact with one another.
Again, and also by the nature of Thanksgiving, what are you doing? You're feasting. You're probably staying at around the table, hanging out around the table with your mask off, indulging in food. And so what we've heard from contact investigators is that many of the cases that they've spoken to, many of the individuals that have caught COVID, they caught it while they were sharing a meal. They caught it while they were sharing a drink. They caught it while they were sharing a vape. That was one unique story I heard. And so Thanksgiving is especially vulnerable. The governor, in her meeting with the Rotary Club last week, she mentioned in Canada, they celebrate Thanksgiving in October. Their Thanksgiving is a little different, but same concept, that they're around a table and they're feasting. And so what they saw was the incidence of cases, there was a spike the 2 weeks following Thanksgiving. We don't want to undo the progress that we've already made. As you're seeing, the numbers are slowly starting to decline. Again, we want Christmas. Christmas is, there's a light at the end of the tunnel. The end of the year, we're seeing the CAR score decrease. We're seeing hospitalization start to go on the decline. And so let's not undo that progress. Let's stay the course. And that's why Thanksgiving, it's so important that we stay within our households. You can't stress that enough.
Janella, this lady, so these, under the guidance that you put out there's a graphic sheet here, hosting a Thanksgiving gathering. If having guests to your home, be sure that people follow the steps that everyone can take to make Thanksgiving safer. Other steps you can take include have a small outdoor meal with no more than 5 people who do not live in your household. Have conversations with guests ahead of time to set expectations for celebrating together. Clean and disinfect frequently. Touch surfaces and items between use. If celebrating indoors, make sure to open windows and bring in fresh air. These attending a gathering, bring your own food, drinks, plates, cups, and utensils. I kind of had to laugh at that one. Sorry, it's a crazy world we're living in here. So people if you live in the same household, then I guess you could use the same utensils and dishes. But if you're a guest at a gathering that's limited to no more than 5, unless you have a household over 5, then you have to bring your utensils, your own plate, maybe not even throwaways, to be environmentally conscious. You could bring your stuff and maybe write your name on it, right? I don't know. Does that advise?
Sure. Right. Yeah, bring your own BYOP.
Paper
Bring your own
products.
plates. Yeah, bring your own paper products, or like you mentioned, disposable ones. If you don't, but if you want to be environmentally conscious, then bring your own plates, bring your own spoons, bring your own cups, and write your name on it if you'd like to. Metal. They make those. You can bring your own metal. We had, our own. When I was at the governor's office, we had one co-worker who would bring her own stuff, and they were metal disposable, not disposable, but metal containers. So.
What do you make of this? We had a comment here about there are more people allowed at funerals than will be allowed at Thanksgiving gatherings. Maybe, I don't know, explain the logic between why we can only gather at 5, but at funerals you could have up to, what is it, I think 25 or something? I think it was.
10.
10, okay.
10.
So
At a funeral?
Yeah.
Limit is 10. Well, I think when you're looking at a funeral, you're not sitting around at a table, you're not removing your masks, you're not eating, there's not conversations going on. There are restrictions in place at a funeral. For the most part, you're viewing, you're not going up close to, the deceased. So there are restrictions in place at a funeral. There's very limited conversation happening, and for the most part, you're keeping your mask on. During Thanksgiving, go ahead.
Also, at funerals, we're prohibiting the serving of food. So you know what happens usually after the funeral, you go outside and they have a meal prepared for you. We're not allowing that, and so again, we know we're most vulnerable when we're eating. And so that's also another difference. Funerals are a really limited amount of time versus Thanksgiving. You're probably going to spend all afternoon hanging out together with your family. And so we want you to think about your nana, your papa, thinking about how vulnerable they are, especially to COVID, since they're probably doing their best. They're probably doing a great job at staying home, but it's us who are mobile, who are going to work and are coming home that are possibly, sharing COVID.
Is the reason why this guidance was issued because there's sort of this acknowledgement that it is Thanksgiving and people really aren't going to stick to the executive order prohibiting the congregation and the social gatherings where it's just limited to your household? Is this just like just in case this is what you should do if you don't plan on following the executive order? Because it kind of just goes back to kind of like this mixed messaging.
Right. So the Thanksgiving guidelines really are, the Guam one really mirrors the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention one. And so this is the best practices. This is what we know works. This is what we really recommend to the community. A similar incident with Halloween. We really ask the community to change their behavior, because we're so used to celebrating a certain way, but 2020 is we have to change our behavior. Everything is different. Hopefully when life starts to go back to normal, we can return to the way we used to celebrate, but holidays are especially hard. And so we put out these guidelines so people know what the best practices are and they can continue to do their part to stop the spread of COVID-19.
You talked about the CDC, and then earlier you had referenced that the CAR score continues to decline. Could you maybe explain a little bit for our viewers how our CAR score can be declining, but the Centers for Disease Control has actually increased the risk assessment for Guam? We're now level 4, which is the highest level you can be, high risk for travel. They're advising everyone to avoid travel to Guam. So, if you could just clarify, how is it that our number that we have here locally is continuing to look better and better when, in the CDC's eyes, Guam is out of control hotspot?
So maybe we should just go back and define CAR score for some of our viewers at home. Again, the CAR score stands for COVID Area Risk Score. It's a tool developed by our local physicians, really authored by Dr. Felix Cabrera to help us determine our COVID risk. So it takes into account the incidence of new cases, how well our testing identifies these new cases, and as well as the rate of spread. And so this score helps us to determine our COVID risk. Basically, the lower the score, the better our ability locally to manage our COVID risk, and the higher the score, the more we are testing those maximum limits of our public health system and our hospitals. So what you saw a few weeks ago when our CARS score was in the 40s was we were putting out all we had to do extraordinary measures to help manage our COVID response. We had to, the Blue Med tents had to be assembled. We've had to, call on our military counterparts to help supplement or augment our staffing in the hospital. We have the New West nurses that are helping us. And so the lower the score, the better we're able to manage. Locally, we're able to manage, we're not testing our limits. Public health and GMH and GRMC and Naval Hospital are able to manage, their workload as well. And so in response to the CDC considering us a high risk, I think that's a fair assessment, as we still have we have over 6,000 cases. So in the long term, we still are at high risk, but until we really get down to that ideal, that strive for five and below, then I think they would reassess and possibly lower that designation.
Janella, can we go back to the funeral thing? This is kind of just on a so Saturday night I came through the St. Augustine Funeral Home. I went through that way, and man, I don't know if can you maybe clarify the guidance, because it was a lot of people, definitely more than 10. So is it 10 at a time, or can 200 people show up to a viewing and they're all going to be able to see the body? Because I mean, just outside looking in, when you drive by, you see that kind of thing, and you know what the guidance is. You're kind of like, oh my God. And the funerals have been, according to you guys, spreader events in the past. So can you just clarify what exactly is the protocol for viewings? I guess that would be a viewing, since it was at St. Augustine Funeral Home. But it was packed, man.
So from based on my understanding of the way the funeral homes have been allowing for the viewing aspect of the funeral itself, so it's typically 10 at a time. So what they'll allow families to do is when one person goes in and is finished with viewing the person, the deceased, and they're done, they exit, and they'll allow another family member to go in and view. And so it's kind of like on a rotation. They'll allow that to occur. And so what they'll do is they'll allow other family members to wait outside. And I'm hoping they're socially distancing while they're waiting outdoors. We have received complaints in the past when there's crowds outside, people waiting, and it appears as though it's a large funeral occurring. And when we do receive those complaints, we do go out and we inspect or we'll observe to make sure that they're not violating the limitation of the funeral guidance. But so far, when we go out and we inspect or we observe, for the most part, they've been compliant with the 10 limit rules. So funeral homes have been, actually, they themselves monitor and they ensure compliance. So they've been pretty good about ensuring that the guidelines are being followed.
Can we get since we have you both on here, just a recap of the rapid employment team? Or rapid engagement team deployment yesterday.
Sure. Yeah. So we had a pretty successful run yesterday. Out of the 139 specimens that were collected, we had 13 positive. So 126 were negative, 13 were positive. We were out in 3 apartment complexes in NCS, and then 1 little neighborhood in the subdivision of Piga in Dedido. I don't think we really had very many issues. I think the only real concern that we had was that, when we did our scouting and preparation weeks in advance, we passed out flyers, we worked with the property managers, we worked with the mayor's office to identify the homes and the apartment complexes that we wanted to visit and offer the testing to. And, you know, the residents, we wanted to prepare them so that they're aware that on Sunday we would be there and do the testing. But when we got there were a lot of residents that weren't home or just, you know, simply refused testing. Wow. So that's why you're kind of seeing the low numbers, 139 total. We were prepared to do about 200 tests, but we only did 139.
Janela,
and even then,
how was PIGA and NCS and these apartment complexes selected for this RET testing?
So when we, after we completed the Gilbaza and zeroed down rapid engagement team immobilization, you know, we regrouped and we talked about what our next, you know, possible rapid engagement team site would be. And these areas, along with other areas we looked at, had multiple positive cases. And through contact tracing, we saw that there were other positive cases popping up in these areas. These were high-risk hotspot areas for COVID-19. And so we saw that, you know, this was one of those areas we wanted to target. We worked with the mayor's office. We worked with the FSM consulate office. And so this was those that we thought, you know what, we need to go in. We wanted to do active case finding. And so that's how this was chosen. But of course, this is not the only area we're going to be targeting. There are other areas we want to look at as well.
Right. I wanted to ask, because I think it's these drivers would be working with the rapid engagement team, right? So in hiring these EMTs, I know that there were some of the qualifications that would be in place maybe pre-pandemic or being waived, like the chauffeur's license or requirement. Could you kind of explain the need for that waiver, Janela, and how it relates to I guess the need for these drivers?
Sure. So what we're doing now, so we're in the process of trying to bring on board 10 EMTs. And so the reason why we're trying to waive the chauffeur's license is because we're not actually going to have them drive ambulances or fire trucks. What we really need them for is nursing support. So for example, you know, we have a community outreach or another rapid engagement team mobilization. The EMTs will be there in the event that there is emergency care needed or life support care needed. We don't have emergency vehicles. DPHSS doesn't have emergency vehicles for them to be able to do, whether it's ambulatory or non-ambulatory support or, you know, driving. So really there's no need for them to have need a chauffeur's license. We don't have emergency vehicles for them to drive. And so we sought, that waiver to see if that's something that can be done, because we do really need them on board. Now, if there is a need for them to be transported right away to the hospital for life-saving care, then we would just call 911 or call GFD for transport. But to have somebody on site, using AED device, then we would have an EMT there to be able to offer that kind of support.
Would they get paid the same as the EMTs who are qualified?
So the pay that, as far as how much they'll get paid, that's something that's being handled through DOA. So that's probably something I would defer to DOA to handle because it's being budgeted through CARES Act. So that's all being handled through DOA, and so I think that's all being worked out right now. They're actually not officially hired yet. The paperwork is still being processed.
So they would just strictly serve in this rapid engagement team deployment, and is there any way that they could be hired as EMTs, and then once they're hired, we're EMTs, we're going to go over to GFD, or we're going to start driving the ambulance? Are there any safeguards in place?
Yeah, so that's the goal, right? That's the goal eventually, because I mean, we foresee that we'll need them in the long run. COVID is probably not going to go away for a while, and we're hiring them through CARES Act funding, but eventually, and they're fresh graduates. For I think most of them, this will probably be their first real EMT job. But in the long run, we eventually want to bring them on board through GFD, working as EMTs with the Guam Fire Department.
But they would have to
So
go
we'll
get
eventually work with Guam Fire.
I see.
Right. Eventually, we'll work with Guam Fire to get them their national certification. So, and that's in the long run.
So they have to go through the academy and all that stuff that firefighters go through.
So while they're with us, we'll work on getting them that as well. We'll work with GFD to get them the national certification, so that by the time they're ready to transition, hopefully they'll have all of that under their belt, and once they're ready to transition, they can just move on to Guam Fire Department.
Janella, I wanted to share this message I got on WhatsApp yesterday. Mr. Barnett, happy Sunday. I was able to get a COVID test by public health. Please FanPram negative. But if you can give a shout out to those awesome nurses, assistants, and public health employees that were deep in Isang Derito in the hot sun, under the canopy and clothed in mipey-looking medical garb and scrubs on a Sunday. Even Mayor Savares and Jolene Almandres seem to be facilitating beautifully the COVID testing. I don't know these people well, and despite all the tough news and negativity in this day and age, it is comforting seeing amazing people like that give up their Sundays. Biba Guam.
Can we get an update on?
Thank you so much.
Can we get an update on the fines and fees? Are we close, or we're still? It's under legal review.
On the which?
The implementation of the fines and fees.
Okay, so public health, as you know, had the two public hearings. Public health ultimately took into consideration those comments that were made during the two public hearings, and they were adopted last week. But right now, we can't actually enforce those fines until a formal process is established for individuals and for businesses to challenge those citations issued to them. So right now we're formalizing that process. We hope to have good news in the next week or so that we can make sure we have some muscle in our enforcement. And I understand that it's going to be a process that's familiar to us. It's going to be similar to what the goal is, to make it something similar to a speeding ticket. You either pay your speeding ticket or you challenge it in the traffic court. And so that's the process. Unfortunately, we can't enforce it just yet. We hope to do so shortly. And so, as we progress into our COVID response, we're really able to keep those numbers low.
Are you guys disappointed at all that you weren't able to have this valuable enforcement tool before Thanksgiving?
Yes, but we had to go through the process, and I think there was valuable input we received during the public process.
Okay.
I think we're just, we're going through the process, and we'll just let it ride out. So we'll wait for it to officially go through. We want to make sure that it's properly vetted before it's officially adopted.
Right on.
And then the public has the due process. They have their due process that they can challenge the citations. It's not just about you getting fined and you having to pay it. We're not there to fine people. We really want to make sure that people have the right to challenge it if necessary.
Janella, can you provide just an update on the move? I know that a lot of the personnel from public health were moving into the ITC building, but we had Annette on weeks ago, and she was also talking about this move to the Hakapatan building for the contact tracers. Is that move still happening, or is everybody just at ITC?
Yeah, no. So there was discussion about the possibility of moving to the Hakapatan building, but that's been put on hold. And so right now it's just kind of at a standstill. And the reason for that is I think they were just wanting to make sure that there was a proper procurement process to go through with that. So that's been put on hold. And it's just kind of sitting there. There's really been no discussion since. But we are, still talking about the possibility of moving the contact tracing and other divisions, actually, including isolation and quarantine, those divisions as well, into other buildings or other office space. Because, as I mentioned, we don't have a permanent home and we do need space. So, and as Dr. Ann had mentioned, they moved to ITC. So they moved last week and they're actually still in the process of moving. So we're still looking for other office space. Hakubotan was on the table. I'm not sure if that's still on the table. So other locations, we're scouting for other locations right now.
Has the move been completed? Has the move been completed?
For the epi
For the
team,
lab, yeah.
I'm not sure. I know that last week they were really busy just trying to move all their space. They have a lot of stuff to move. I would be surprised if they got everything done by last week. I think they're still probably in the process of moving.
Is there any update that public health can provide regarding the construction clusters?
Oh, yes, actually, I just received the update this morning. Give me 1 second, let me pull it up. So as of this morning, we have a total of, 1 second. So last week I reported there were 248 approvals. As of this morning, we have 285 that were approved.
Anybody not approved?
So, for the most part, when we have, so those who get denied, a lot of times it's just a matter of missing documentation. Like, for example, if they didn't submit their organization-specific plan. So they'll get the initial disapproval, and it's really just a matter of submitting additional documentation, and then it becomes pending, and then they'll get approved later. So they'll get denied at first, then they'll just they'll clear up whatever is necessary, and then they'll get approved later.
Man, that's crazy. So almost 300 contractors have been approved to resume. Is there any spot checking on you guys? I mean, who does that? Or do you just take the plan, take their word for it, or any public health people go out and make sure that, okay, you sent us this plan, okay, are you following it? Yeah, all right. Or no, you're not.
So if you look at the checklist, there are minimum requirements to meet, right? So for example, if you had any type of work or any type of subcontracts with Cortec or with Black Construction, then of course they'll have to look into that more. But if you didn't, which a lot of the construction companies, I mean, there are tons of contractors here in Guam that haven't done business with either Cortec or Black Construction. So those are probably primarily the ones you're seeing on the list. So there's that. And then we just want to make sure that all of them have submitted an organization-specific plan. So those are primarily the minimum requirements. If you don't have barracks, if you don't have H2 workers, then you meet those minimum requirements, you'll likely get approved.
Okay. And just real quickly, Crystal, so the governor has seen this CDC travel health notice for Guam and raising it to a level 4, the highest level that they have.
I haven't had a chance to speak with her just yet. I'm actually going to 8:30 meeting where I'm pretty sure that will be discussed.
Okay.
Okay. Any inclination,
Hey,
Crystal,
Jay,
for any tightening or easing of restrictions this weekend?
I'm not tracking any changes. As I mentioned, we remain at a safer at home advisory. Again, please celebrate safely with your family, with your those within your household. I can't stress that enough. If we see a spike in 2 weeks, within the next 2 weeks following Thanksgiving, we know that people didn't follow the guidance. Again, these are the best practices. This is what the CDC recommends, and we really hope that the people of Guam, they do their part. We saw after Halloween, after we issued the Halloween guidance, that people did a pretty good job. We didn't see too big a spike that may have been attributed to Halloween, so we hope that they continue to stay the course. Again, we might not have a Thanksgiving, but if we continue the course, we get that CAR score and we maintain it 5 and below for a few weeks, then we could possibly have Christmas. So that's the goal. We might have to sacrifice Thanksgiving, but there's potential for Christmas and New Year's. So please stay the course, stay within your household this Thanksgiving, Zoom your dinner, Zoom your lunch. Maybe you can say the blessing over Zoom as well. Call your family. You can exchange meals, but maybe leave it on the porch. Bring your own utensils. I know that sounds weird. You bring your own utensils, bring your own plates, as Janella coined it, BYOP, bring your own plate. So please, happy Thanksgiving to the people of Guam, and just be safe. You know what to do, the 4 W's. Wear your mask, watch your distance, wash your hands, and have the willpower to do it, because we know that we know what to do, but it's actually doing it that might be the challenge, especially as we battle COVID fatigue, which is another real challenge as we go into 9 months of this response.
Crystal, can you just provide a little more clarity when you say we could have Christmas? What type of Christmas could we have if we strive for 5?
So when we say you could possibly have Christmas, we could. The governor is looking to increase the social gathering limit. If we maintain that CAR score and keep it below 5, so that is the goal. That is the incentive, positive reinforcement here. So if we are able to really get our act together, really maintain that score, get it below 5, maintain it, then we hope that Christmas we could ease some of the restrictions. And when I'm talking about easing restrictions, it would be specific to social gatherings and that limit. So right now it's 5, but if we continue to perform well, we see this downward trend, then she's inclined to increase that social gathering limit to maybe 10 or more. Because we did enjoy some of that earlier in the summer, where we had the social gathering limit increased.
Thanks, Crystal. Janella, I'm sorry, just before we let you go, just real quickly, do you have anything on the Department of Corrections and the situation over there? I know that they had to retest 100 or so inmates, and we are going to have Joe Carbolito on, but just from public health's side of things, is there anything you can say?
Yeah, so, we are continuing to do the testing at DOC, and there were 62 positive cases there. But, we are working very closely with DOC to, ensure that we test as many inmates and staff as possible, mitigate the spread. We've had our team go out there, including a CDC contingent. We have off-island CDC personnel here, and they're working very closely as well with DOC, trying to look at, what other mitigation measures we can offer. I know that we're also working with DOC on their organization's specific plan, just to make sure that it is in line with whatever CDC recommendations there are, because, there are specific plans to inmate populations as well. So that's something that we are working on as well with DOC.
I'm sorry, is that 62 new cases out of the 100 that were retested?
Yes, and that was, I believe that was reported yesterday.
Okay. Yeah. What about...
and if I might just add... Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, no. This was, it was unrelated to DOC.
Oh, that's fine. We'll take all the information we can get.
Oh, no, I was just going to tell you, Chris, that message that you read was very heartfelt, and I was just going to ask if you can relay back to that person. Thank you so much on behalf of our team and our nurses. We're anytime we get messages like that, it's really very uplifting. So,
of course, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Of course. You good?
Yeah, I can just follow up with Joe.
Okay.
Thanks,
Thank you,
ladies.
Crystal. Thank you, Janella.
Happy Thanksgiving.
That's a little bit of a reunion here. I like this. Throwback Thursday.
Thank you to our frontliners this Thanksgiving. You know, they've been hard at work for 7 days. No days off for them. So thank you, everyone.
Happy Thanksgiving, ladies. If we don't talk to you again, I figure we will, though, probably. Okay, we'll see you.
Bye.
Bye. It's 8:30. We got to take a break, and we're going behind bars with Corrections Director Joe Carbolito. Again, there was, like we just heard in this call, 62 new positives. We'll get all the details next. Right here on the link, it's The Breeze 93.9.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze.
Gesture of kindness can brighten a child's day on Christmas. With donations more challenging to deliver, this year, the Salvation Army is in need of your help with their Toys and Joy drive. Donate new toys or gifts for children and teens anytime between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. at their Taitano office drop boxes up until December 22nd. You can also drop off your toys to our donation drive-thru in our parking lot in Harmon between 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Giving Tuesday, December 1st. Let's all do our part and dig deep to bring some joy to kids in need this Christmas.
Of the day, the KUN Care Force is calling upon our island community to come together for Giving Tuesday on December 1st for a safe way to help take care of our island family.
On Tuesday, December 1st, stop through our parking lot in Harmon for our donation drive-thru.
We're helping the Salvation Army's holiday campaign. You can drop off your non-perishable food items and gifts for kids and teens to our curbside attendants so we can help ensure your safety.
We'll have holiday entertainment while you wait, refreshments, and other goodies for donors.
And the link will be live on location,
so you can be part of the show.
It's all happening between 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. Let's get together and show the world that Guam can still come together for good on Giving Tuesday.
Mama Bear, Debbie Davis, one of our top fans on Facebook.
From Bardstown, Kentucky, and she just wanted to add like a little bit of context because people are saying, you know, like, oh, Guam numbers are crazy, and she goes, well, here in the bluegrass state
of Kentucky.
Our cases are rising. Wait, did I say Kentucky?
Isn't that the bluegrass state?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
From Bardstown, Kentucky, she is, but in the state overall, their cases are rising between 2,100 and 3,700 positive cases a day. She says here schools are closed again. All bars and restaurants shut down for only drive-through and pickup only. Stores are only allowing a single person per household to shop. She says she's staying home, doing grocery pickup, and not going into stores. She's managed to avoid getting COVID, even though others in her family are getting it. Remember, she told us, I believe, her grandson, who stays with her and her husband, he got it. And she says she is sending all of her prayers and thoughts to the people of Guam, where she once lived, and she's got very, very fond memories, obviously, of Guam. And she also goes, again, Chris, to something that you revealed for the first time here on the show, and she goes, please tell Chris hugs and lots of prayers from Mama Boy, as you actually said that one of your children had tested positive.
Thanks, Jay. Thank you, Mama Bear. 8:34. Let's go to the Zoom room now, where we have Corrections Director Joe Carbolito standing by in it's crazy developments over the weekend with DOC. So, Joe, we'll just go ahead and start there. Could you just run through the testing and the numbers that we saw out of DOC this weekend?
Sure. So we tested 92 altogether, 84 prisoners and 8 officers. That was Friday, actually. The testing was conducted. and we just got the results back, as Janella alluded to yesterday. So we do have 62 prisoners that tested positive from 2 posts, and the 8 officers that tested were negative. Yes, yes, can you hear me?
Okay, there. So 62 positive. Where are they isolating?
We've kept them in their bubble for now until we get further guidance and recommendation from CDC. I've yet to get back all those recommendations. CDC and Public Health came back out this weekend, as a matter of fact, yesterday, at my request to make another assessment on what we need to do as far as isolation and location.
Mm-hmm. So they were retested from post 5 and post 18. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How many are in? Go ahead.
Yeah, so they were showing symptoms, and like I said, we've been doing close monitoring our medical staff here. So every time, anytime one of the posts or any of the inmates or detainees start showing symptoms, we make arrangements with public health to go back and retest based on their assessment.
How many are in post 5 and post 18, and how many positive from each of those posts?
Okay, so post 5, there were 20 out of 40. And post 18 is 42 out of 44. So post 18, most likely we're gonna just keep them there isolated in their posts, because there's only 2 that turned up negative. The whole population there in that post pretty much tested positive.
So where did you put the ones that tested negative from post 5 and post 18?
We still have our isolation facility, which is post 7, but we haven't yet made that determination if we're gonna, like I said, Public Health and CDC just came out yesterday, so I'm waiting for them to give me feedback on what we should do with those that tested negative, if we're gonna continue to keep them isolated in the same bubble, which was the same concept that we did with post 16 and post 8. Most likely that's what we're looking at, keeping them in the same bubble and just separating different wings, those that are negative and those that are positive.
I see. So they're all still in the same post. The negatives and the positives, they're just separated by wings.
Correct.
Where they wouldn't have. Okay.
That's correct.
So where are you guys with standing up the dome for use as an isolation facility?
Yeah. So the DPW has already pretty much received the requisition and the scope of work on what needs to be done, and that's already been approved. So we're just waiting for DPW to get the work going.
With the addition of the 62 new positives, what's the total count now of inmates that are positive at DOC?
We are at 160.
What's the total population they're all in Manila, right? What's the total population in Manila?
452.
Joe, I got a call from an inmate on Friday, and I'll just start by saying that he offered his support for you guys, and he said, Chris, as far as what the director is saying about the COVID response and how they're handling it, you said that he believed you guys were handling it very well and to the best of your ability, so I wanted to share that with you. But what they had wanted me to ask about, and this is something that we've asked about probably for a few months now, is the incoming. And I have a feeling I know what you're going to say. because right, it's an outbreak at the prison, and I don't even know where incoming is on your brain, but he was basically saying that the supplies they get in house, maybe not the best, maybe not what they'd like, and the families are standing by with the things that they need, right? So, is there any effort at all to stand up any type of incoming for these inmates and detainees?
Yeah, Chris. I know that's always been the biggest concern because of especially because of the outbreak, the situation that we're in right now. We were actually in the process of doing the second incoming. We already had one that we did, I think mid year, and then like maybe 2 or 3 months into the pandemic, and then that was completed. But the second one, when we started doing it, because we've like been on and off lifting some restrictions, even though we were still in a lockdown, and now we're in a complete lockdown. There's only so many services. There's only like 2 services that I'm allowing to occur at this time, and that's the attorney-client privilege and emergency medical. That's the only thing that I'm allowing as far as movement in the facility. Everything else is in complete lockdown. We're in high restriction mode right now. So, and we're just trying to mitigate and control this virus. And once we get back to, at least some kind of, normalcy as far as the control of this virus, then of course, that's the very first thing that I want to do is get that incoming back on track.
That being said, Joe, are the inmates and detainees, are they getting the supplies they need in-house from the leadership at the prison?
Chris, I've been getting different messages on that there's complaints here that there's not enough supplies for sanitation or to disinfect. If that's not going out, then I'm not aware of it, because as far as I'm concerned, everything has been procured. As a matter of fact, we have more than enough supplies that I've been tracking that's been coming in from Homeland Security. We've made all the DLAN requests for supplies, face shields, face masks, sanitation supplies like bleach and laundry soap, hand sanitizers. I know that all those things, our stockpile it should be really overflowing, because I've been getting pallets of, and even without the request through DLAN, the monies from CARES Act funding that we've spent thus far, we're getting donations from other people, like even the federal side. They're offering to donate supplies. So we have more than enough. I just don't. I'm too busy right now to really track on whether or not, and I've made this a point to pass on to our management that I need those to be tracked, more consistent on whether or not it is going to where it's supposed to go to. And I will follow up on that now that it keeps popping up, that same question.
Thanks, Joe. I just had to ask because he was saying that, they're only getting bar soap. So, yeah, I mean, if you could follow up on it. But appreciate your response.
Sure, no problem.
Wow, 35% of the population at DOC positive for COVID-19.
Joe, do you have a breakdown of the posts that are hot and the posts where there's no COVID?
So let me just do it the easy way.
Okay.
And give you the ones that are hot, and everyone everywhere else should be okay. So the ones that we do still have, that are positive with high positivity rate is post 16. But we're in the process of getting clearance already for that post, because they've already pretty much met the requirement as far as the isolation requirement through CDC and public health's guidance. So public health is in the process of giving us clearance for those inmates or detainees in that particular post to be cleared soon.
And which one is this?
The other,
I'm sorry.
post 16.
Yeah.
Post 16. That's the first one from the first testing that really had a really big number, which is like 70 out of 70 plus.
Right. Is this like minimum? Maximum? Or?
That's medium. That's the medium level.
Medium. Okay. All right. So post 16.
And then we also had post 8, right, where all the I think there was like 7 women that tested positive out of that's like half. So those women were already cleared by public health. So we got clearance for them to go back to normal. So the women's facility has already been cleared to resume normal operations there. I think the other area that we're looking at right now is post 18. That's the most recent one, which is 42 out of 44. So post 18, that's the most recent retest that we had.
Is that minimum, medium, maximum?
Medium.
Joe, can you tell us anything about?
Wait, okay, I want to finish the breakdown. Post 5? What's
post 5's got 20 out of 40, so that's the one that we're just gonna they're gonna keep status quo and just separate them by wings.
And that's also medium?
Yes.
Any other posts?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. I know.
So those 4 were the ones that were hot.
What about hospitalizations? Have we had any more?
No, we remain at 5. So out of the 5, 3 are still at GMH, and 2 were moved up to the SNU area in Barragata Heights.
Any word on?
We're doing much better.
Right. So the 3 at GMH, I'm sorry. What do you know about their condition, Joe? Is it serious, stable?
I haven't gotten an update.
Okay.
I'll defer to Lillian on that.
Right. Yeah. Okay. She's coming on.
We had a question. Is there any positives in post 6?
No.
No. Okay.
Not that I'm aware of.
Right. Okay. What about any early release of any inmates?
So, we actually did. We've done a couple of releases already. I think this was when we did the Hagana detention facility, that same time frame. We managed to coordinate with the AG's office and get one of those detainees. I think there were 2 that tested positive. So both actually were released through the AG's office, and then we had one full-time release up at the Manila facility that we had a release and had a public health and CDC interview. And I think all of those 2 or 3 of them are currently isolating down at the Government of Guam isolation facility.
Okay, but and that's it for now.
That's it.
I know when we talked last, you were talking about pushing public health to provide a rapid testing machine so that you're able to test the arrestees that are coming in. Was there any update on that?
Yeah, that's in our recent amended COVID-19 mitigation plan that I put together, and they want to give us the machines already, the test machines, which is the Abbott Now rapid testing and Binex Now. So those 2 machines are supposed to come our way. I think they're having an issue as far as the delay right now is the CLIA certification. They're supposed to be working on a waiver so that DOC can get that waiver through public health. We tried to work it via Guam Memorial Hospital which also does testing, right? That plan didn't work out, so we're working with public health to get them to give us the waiver now. There's a certification mandate that we need to have, so that's the delay right now. We're waiting on public health to get that done.
Did you say Biomex?
Binex now.
Binex now.
That's like the card.
But I thought that
recent
was
card.
I thought that was for symptomatic.
Yeah. So the plan is we're gonna use the Abbott now. We're gonna use both machines. So we're gonna use the Abbott now at the front end, right on when they first get processed in, and then we're gonna keep them in the quarantine area for 7 days. So if they start testing, if they start being symptomatic, then we're gonna retest them with that Binex.
Okay.
Joe, what about overtime and staff morale at the prison?
Yeah, because we're in this crisis situation, I understand there's a lot of burnout, right, on the people that are our employees that are remaining back to working overtime, to constantly continue to make our operations happen. And I've been trying to, talk to our command staff to relay the information down, and I've been doing my part myself, trying to get everybody to remain, vigilant and remain optimistic that things are going to get better. I think we're hitting rock bottom and right now, but I think I'm optimistic and confident that we're going to get through this together as a team. That's the message that I keep putting out there. I know our numbers are beginning to improve already as far as staffing. I think we're down to 15 from 50 plus officers being out in quarantine. A lot of those officers have returned already. So we only have 15 that are still being quarantined. And then we're down to 37 officers or employees, 35 officers and 2 civilians that are currently being isolated from being positive. So we're improving, and they're eventually gonna meet that criteria as far as the 14 days that's required before they start getting clearance from public health to return to work. So we're getting all of our employees to start coming back already.
So
and like I said, we're gonna be okay.
So you have total 52 out, whether it's isolation or quarantine.
Correct, and that was like from 80 or 90 previously. So we're getting our manpower back slowly.
Any message there, Joe, for the families, friends of those behind bars at the Milao prison? Maybe a little reassurance or?
Yes. Again, we're doing the best we can with what we have currently. We're getting the outside resources procured and moving as fast as we can. As far as the tents, the warrior tents are, as a matter of fact, DPW is up there reassessing again the placement of those warrior tents that we got through our DLAN request. So that's going to be an alternative isolation facility. The dome is another one that's already moving. So, but we're doing the best we can with what we have right now to work with, and our staff I want to say that our command staff are very hardworking. They're doing everything that they possibly can as far as everything that we can do within our means, and they're getting the work done, and we're trying our best with what we do have within our control. We're continuing to do our best. We're constantly monitoring those that are positive, and I want to assure the family of the inmates and detainees that they are being closely monitored twice a day by our medical staff. And as you can see, we're not just leaving people, unattended, after they test. We're coming back, we're retesting as the symptoms develop, if they do develop, and we're doing our part to continue to take care of them, okay, and send them to wherever they need to go to as far as the medical attention that's needed. So everything is being done. We have our medical staff, and I want to assure that we are really looking after our population and their health and wellness.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Joe. Okay, be safe.
Thanks.
Okay. Happy Thanksgiving if we don't see you. I hope we don't see you
Same to you.
before Thanksgiving, because that means there won't be any developments. But if we do, then okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Joe.
Happy
God bless.
Thanksgiving.
Okay, Moss. It's, 8:56. Sorry we don't have anything to compliment to you in the KUM News Zoom room because Thanksgiving, all the budget's going to... Anyway, it's 8:56. We're actually going to take a break, Jay, and then we're going to go to Salvation Army. Okay. And we'll knock that out, and then we'll go to Nick Lee of Guam EPA, who's been standing by here. It's 8:56 again. This is the link on the Breeze 93.9. It's all proudly brought to you by Dial Rent to Own, Cabo Select Care, federal employees and annuitants. It's 2020 open season. Enroll now with Cabo Select Care. Burger King, thank you so much, Burger King. The Thrive Coalition, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Carrier at 647-COOL. We'll be back with more of the show next right here on the link, The Breeze 93.9.
Gesture of kindness can brighten a child's day on Christmas. With donations more challenging to deliver, this year, the Salvation Army is in need of your help with their Toys and Joy Drive. Donate new toys or gifts for children and teens anytime between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. at their Teton office drop boxes up until December 22nd. You can also drop off your toys to our donation drive-thru in our parking lot in Harmon between 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Giving Tuesday, December 1st. Let's all do our part and dig deep to bring some joy to kids in need this Christmas.
Top today, the KUM Care Force is calling upon our island community to come together for Giving Tuesday on December 1st for a safe way to help take care of our island family.
On Tuesday, December 1st, stop through our parking lot in Harmon for our donation drive-thru.
We're helping the Salvation Army's holiday campaign. You can drop off your non-perishable food items and gifts for kids and teens to our curbside attendants so we can help ensure your safety.
We'll have holiday entertainment while you wait, refreshments, and other goodies for donors.
And the link will be live on location.
So you can be part of the show.
It's all happening between 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. Let's get together and show the world that Guam can still come together for good on Giving Tuesday.
The Christmas Pops Virtual Marketplace is kicking off on Sunday, November 29th, showcasing local vendors, crafts, and gift-giving ideas to get your holiday shopping season going. Watch our Christmas Pops Virtual Marketplace special on Sunday, November 29th on KUAM TV8 at 11 a.m. and Facebook Live with lots of interactive features and giveaways. Then find all the vendors featured on KUAMChristmasPops.com. The program will be encore through December and on demand on the stations of KUAM Communications. There is still time to become a vendor. Visit KUAM.com or email Betty-Ann at KUAM.com to find out how. On December 29th, let's check off Christmas lists and support our local economy while doing it. The Christmas Pops Virtual Marketplace is presented by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today. Domino's. Visit domino's.gu for faster, easier online ordering. And JA Guam, bringing the business of life to life.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Dededo, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Dededo. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com.
Hey, good morning. My name's Chris, alongside my main rememberer. That's what I call Sabrina. She remembers things. My memory, like overload, but we were just talking about the CDC had come out with a new designation for Guam. It's not good, guys. It's not good.
Right.
I guess they didn't get the memo about our car score going down. But basically, Guam has a new designation as a COVID hotspot, right, Bree?
Right. So the CDC on the 21st, which is Saturday, they redid they changed their travel health notice alerts that they issue for everywhere around the world, and so they added in another level, a new level 4. And so at the time that they had changed and announced this new designation, Guam was also designated as level 4. And then they warned that there's a high level of COVID on Guam, that travelers should avoid all travel here. And so the new level 4 is for areas like Guam. I think it's population under 200,000. They factor in COVID case counts, new case trajectory, hospitalizations, and testing positivity rate. And so that was the Guam fit into level 4.
Yeah, but I remember when we got the level 3 designation, our governor wrote a letter. It was almost like a "Dear CDC, I'm so butthurt by what you said about us." But it was basically like, "Oh no, we have the capacity. Oh, we have this many hospital beds, and we can do this and that, and blah blah blah." And just basically kind of saying that no, we're not a hot spot. So I don't know. We asked Crystal Pacos and Augustine if she wasn't tracking if the governor had seen that advisory.
Right. Yeah, she's not sure if the governor saw it or not.
Right.
It did come out Saturday, so.
Yeah. Maybe she's got to subscribe. You got to subscribe to those things, right? To get.
I actually saw it someplace, and then I went on at CDC's website, and it popped up that they had changed their criteria and added in another level, and then Guam happened to fall in that level.
Yeah, which I think is really no surprise. I don't think anyone is going to come out this time. I mean, anything can happen. It's 2020, but I don't anticipate the governor writing a letter now. I mean, maybe she should write a letter and be like, "Yeah, you guys are right. It's pretty bad over here. Send help, please, more." 903, we're KUAM-FM in Agotnia, Guam. We're going to go to Salvation Army in just a few, but her time is so precious, and that's why we're so grateful she shares it with us. This morning we'll go to the Guam Memorial Hospital with the very latest hospital administrator, Lillian Posadas, standing by. Good morning, Lillian.
Good morning. Good morning, Jason. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Jason. Good morning, Guam.
Good morning, Guam. And is it a good morning, Lillian, at the Guam Memorial Hospital? What's the latest with the COVID census?
Well, it is, in a way, we have a little bit of some breathing room. Our census this morning is at 43. And of the 43, 7 of them are at the ICU level of care. And of the 7, 4 of them are on ventilator support. And up at the SIF, there are 7 individuals transitioning, getting ready to go home or getting ready to go to the isophalic. So the numbers are going down, which is hopeful, and that, it continues to go down. But we're still kind of concerned that, with the Thanksgiving this week, there may be some, celebrations, family celebrations. And so we're anticipating that perhaps the numbers will go up next week.
Are you still getting any of the construction workers or any more inmates hospitalized there, Lillian?
Fortunately, no, which is a good sign that hopefully they are keeping them isolated in their own facilities. And some of them, I think, have already been cleared. They've met the time and the criteria that they're no longer contagious, they're no longer infectious, and so they've been cleared by public health.
Have you guys been able to administer the bamlanivimab?
Yes, ma'am, we have. We administered the second dose yesterday. So an individual came into the emergency room, met the criteria, was given the transfusion of the antibody and discharged home, and no reaction, no adverse effects at all. We also administered the first convalescent plasma transfusion. I believe it was yesterday, and for an inpatient, and no adverse reactions. And so, yes, that's right. There's progress that, we're using these tools, hopefully to mitigate, this COVID, and to help individuals from, getting further into the acute and severe condition of the COVID. So, yes, we're putting them into use.
So the second dose was yesterday. What about the first dose?
The first dose was, I believe, Friday. Friday was the first dose of the bamlanivimab, and the individual was discharged to the ISOFAC. And so the second dose was yesterday. The individual was discharged home. So, again, it looks really, really hopeful.
Do you have the ages for the three?
Oh gosh, I don't have that right off the bat. The ages. I'll get that to you.
But again, this is for patients that test positive that fit a certain criteria. For example, if they have comorbidities, but
risk factors, right, such as diabetes. If they have those risk factors that then, that puts them at a high risk to be really, really sick, they met that criteria. Plus the test was just within the 10 days, because when they came into ER, they were tested. And so right in there, when they tested positive and they met the other criteria, they were given the antibody transfusion.
And I guess the goal really is HHS distribute this all across the country to areas where there were, I guess, an increase in like hospitalizations and COVID case count. And so they're trying to...
Well, to prevent them from getting
being hospitalized, yeah.
Right, to prevent them from getting to that acute stage where they need to be hospitalized. So, yes, that's the whole goal of that, so that they have that infusion of antibodies to help them fight the infection.
Lillian, did you say how many of the 7 receiving the ICU level care are on the ventilator?
4 of them are on ventilator support.
And then we had 5 deaths since Friday, right?
You know what? I lost count how many, but I believe the last one was it Saturday? Friday or Saturday?
Have we had any additional deaths since that last one that was reported?
None that was reported to me.
How about transmission of the virus with the hospital staff? Have we had any more staff members test positive since the last time we spoke?
I just texted our infection control nurse, and I haven't gotten a response, but there was one individual who tested positive, and I believe Friday was when it happened. So that individual is in isolation.
Any of the vials of bamlanivimab given to GRMC?
Yeah, we did. I mentioned it Friday that we gave them, we received a shipment of 50, and so half of that we gave it to GRMC.
Have you heard whether or not they've administered the?
I haven't. Okay. Yeah, I haven't heard, and I've asked the nursing supervisor, and they haven't heard either. So we'll reach out to GRMC to see if they were able to administer it.
And since they were given these files, wouldn't they have to report it to GMH so that you could put it in your reports to HHS?
Either they report it to us or they have their own, they're supposed to be reporting their own data through the HHS teletracking portal.
Mm-hmm. And is there any, I know we only got the 50, would we be getting any more, or?
They will give us an allocation on a weekly basis depending on the usage of it and our numbers.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But so you haven't heard whether or not you have to wait till you use all 50?
We haven't heard that at all because they go by our daily data that we submit every day.
We do have a question here as to whether or not you may or may not know if Naval Hospital got any of these Lani Mivob.
Call it Banlam. Just say Banlam. Yeah, I haven't heard anything that the Naval Hospital got, but I'm sure they probably, would have gotten some. Okay. So I just haven't heard any communication from Naval Hospital.
Okay. Any new staff arrive?
Not over the weekend. We lost a couple to emergency family situations in the mainland. So a couple of them had to go back to the mainland. But we didn't receive any new staff over the weekend.
Have any of the staff that came here to help us with COVID caught COVID here?
There were a few in the beginning when they, I guess with their travel or their test results that they got negative, may have been over the 5 days. And so part of the pre-employment was to test them. And I think 2 or 3, that was part of the pre-employment process. So I think 2 of them in the beginning or 3, but none since, not recently.
Thank you, Lillian, for your time. Anything in closing here? Did you hear the CDC is we're now level 4, very high risk of travel. They're basically saying stay away from Guam.
Well, stay away from travel is what they're saying at the national level.
Right, yeah.
People continue to travel. At the Arizona airport, there were lots of people at the airport. So, we can say that, but as long as they're exercising the precautions of masks, I guess we can't stop people.
Lillian, what would you say to people who look at the hospitalizations? I mean, I want to say we went as high as 80 at one point, right? Down to 50. People looking at these hospitalizations saying, oh, there's only 50. We're beating the virus.
Like I said, we can't keep our guards down. We can't let our guards down. We really still need to continue this fight because we don't want it to go up again. We don't want it to go up in the 80s and 90s. We don't want to see anybody die anymore, We don't want to lose lives anymore. We want to keep everybody protected as much as we can.
Thank you, Lillian.
Okay. Thank you, too.
Appreciate your time. Be safe, okay?
Happy Thanksgiving.
I'm sorry we don't have anything in the Zoom room this morning. We're saving up for Thanksgiving.
Okay.
So come on Wednesday. We'll have a nice virtual spread for you.
All righty. I'll be there.
Okay, Esther. Okay, right. You're one of our 5. You're one of the luck. You won the raffle. Yeah, Jay. Oh, hold on. Yes, sir.
Well, speaking of an amazing spread virtually and everything like that, the Zoom room is pretty much jam-packed right now, guys. We got something really, really fun to show you. So we're gonna have some fun. We're gonna make everybody watching this smile, but we're also gonna do what is right for our community, and that is pretty much, I'm paraphrasing, the mission of our friends at the Salvation Army. So let's go around the room right now. We got Captains Eric and Carrie Rudd, the commanders of the Salvation Army Guam chapter, and they are joining us from their toy store, so we get to go see some toys. So Hafade Captain Eric, who could probably pass as Santa Claus by this point because his beard is so on point.
Yes, I just need a couple more bowls of red rice, and I'll have the belly
There
ready
you
to
go.
go. But the beard's ready to go, brother.
Well, Santa, we do appreciate it, and Captain Carey, always good to see you, and we look forward to checking out some toys. Joining us also on island, but from another location, and she is from the food pantry. Maricel Dizan is going to show us what's going on with the Salvation Army's collection of food stuff. So Maricel Hafade, good morning. Yep, just got to unmute.
Oh.
There
Hi,
she
good
is.
morning. Hello.
Happy holidays. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Happy holidays to you guys too.
All right. Well, we look forward to seeing what you've got in the food pantry and how we can help. I have not been to GPO in, gosh, it's at least 8 months since the pandemic kicked in. But thanks to my man 50 Grand, CJ Urquico, he is joining us down there. I would know GPO anywhere. I could see a thumbnail of it, and I was like, yep, CJ is at GPO. So he is outside at the. What is, traditionally we do the kettlebell ringing, us at KUAM for the KUAM Care Force. We've done that for so many years. So, CJ, thanks for joining us bright and early this morning. And what do you got going on, brother?
Good morning. We're kicking off from GPO, and our kettles are starting to fill up. The people are coming by already. They can't wait to give. And we got some photos to share with you guys later on our Instagram and on our Facebook.
Most next. Oh man, wait. Can I just hear the kettlebells ring? I need to hear that sound, man. It would be so good for my soul right now.
Sounds of the season.
Oh, that
there you
is
go,
music.
brother.
That is music to my ears. So that's CJ over at GPO. We're gonna catch up. And speaking of amazing tones and being in pitch and on tempo and on key, we got our boys from Masaya Hafa joining us, and they're going to favor us with an incredible holiday song. So we got Eric Borja. Eric, Hafa Day.
I think we're done.
All right, and Eric and the Masaya Hafa crew were rocking it. We're also going to show you guys how you can donate. DJ Joser is going to pop that up real quick. So, Captains Eric and Carrie, let's go over to you first and talk about how well stocked is the toy store for distribution to needy kids this year?
Well, right now we're a little bit spare, but we had a really generous donation from Twinkles. We've had several people come by and drop off items, but we're going to rely on Toys for Tots and the generosity of our Guamanian friends here.
We definitely want to give a shout out to Toys for Tots, the Marines. They are a big supporter of our toy effort, our Toy and Joy effort. At the same time, we are serving 400 families. We've already met that goal, and we're hoping if we have enough toys, we'll have walk-ins afterwards. But we don't know if we will. So we're asking for community members that are feeling generous that can give even just a small toy. We're open from 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. There's toy bins outside our Teason location. And whatever it is you can give, we can put to use.
Absolutely.
Okay, great job. Of course, the U.S. Marines do Toys for Tots every single year. Semper Fi does not just apply to getting out and fighting, when our country needs it. Semper Fi means taking care of people when they need it most. So always faithful. So good job to that. And shout out to Twinkles if they made that for making that big donation and everything. I must say, Captains Eric and Carrie, we were talking about Legos the last time and how that would be a great donation that anybody in the community can make. Twinkles has the best collection of Legos on the island.
Really? Okay, I didn't know that. That's great.
I am putting my reputation as a Lego nerd on the line by saying that.
All right. I love it.
Okay, and then real quick, I want to show you guys how you, watching at home right now, how you guys can make a donation right now. What you guys want to do is check out GuamRedKettle.org, right, Captains?
Absolutely, yes. GuamRedKettle.org.
Okay, and so what you can see right now is we're actually bringing it up. And if you've ever made a donation, my friends, to say like a GoFundMe campaign, or maybe you back somebody on Kickstarter, it's basically the exact same experience. Really, really easy to do. The buttons are really oversized, so it's really easy to figure out. And what you can do, and as you can see right now, you can actually choose to even make a recurring donation if you would like to help out the Salvation Army. Once again, this is tax deductible, so for those of you thinking about that, you can actually use this later on when tax season rolls around. But all you do is you pick out your denomination, or you can even make your own. I know the goal is 50,000 right there. We can do this, Guam. We can help our friends over there. Just fill out your information as you see here right now. And you can even use Google Pay. I believe Google Pay is the default method of transferring payments. Or you can make a PayPal. You can even use your credit card. Just plug that in, and then you make a donation to help the folks at the Salvation Army Guam chapter do their very good work. So, Captains, thank you for letting us be involved in this once again. And have you got anything to say?
We just really appreciate the generosity of KUAM and all the folks that help us out, because it is a team effort. And we have just, the short time that we've been here, we've been most impressed with the generosity and the concern for one another here on island. It's just
the community of Guam is just a beautiful thing. We are just so grateful to be here. So thank you, everybody.
That's
Thank
what it's
you
all
for
about.
letting us participate with you.
Okay, even before you learn the phrase half a day, or in this case, before you learn the phrase masaya hafa, make sure you learn inafa malik. That's us taking care of each other. You know, we just like our friends in the Marines. You know, we don't leave anybody behind. We take care of our neighbors.
Absolutely.
Okay, so a toy, of course,
God
makes a
bless
happy
you.
heart and a happy mind. Let's go back to the food pantry right now, where Maricel is in the Zoom room. So a happy stomach is something that everybody needs. You know, regardless, it doesn't matter where you came from, you know, what village you're in, where you went to school. Maricel, how well stocked is the food pantry this holiday season, and what do you need from us in the community?
Okay, well, as you can see behind me, our food pantry shelves are really low. And we operate here from Monday to Friday from 9 to 4:30, distributing food by appointments only. And we get about, let's say, 65 phone calls to 100 phone calls a day. And right now we are in need of help to replenish for non-perishable food or monetary donations so we can replenish our shelves back here, and we can continue our mission to give out food bags to those who actually, for the low incomes and COVID pandemics, for those who need it.
Okay, so let's make sure everybody, and again, if you go to guamredkettle.org, or you can make a direct donation, you can help make sure that those food pantry shelves are well stocked. We can make sure we take care of our people. All we got to do is just donate. The good folks at the Salvation Army and their volunteers are going to make sure that that food gets out to some very hungry tummies. And thank you, Maricel. Again, we'll check back with you in a second.
And also,
please.
KUAM's having our Care Force, we're having a donation drive on December 1st. And if you're not able to make it over to Salvation Army, you can drop it off here at our stations. We're having a drive-through donation. We're accepting non-perishable food items, toys, and gifts for kids and teenagers. And again, it is going to the Salvation Army, so we're trying to make it as accessible as possible for you to give back to the community. Again, that is Tuesday, December 1st, and it's from 7 o'clock in the morning to 2 o'clock in the afternoon here outside of our Harmon studios. And of course, the Link team will be here to greet everybody. There's also going to be entertainment and refreshments. So please, if you can't make it to the Salvation Army, please stop by KUAM.
All right, for all of those of you in Tamuning, either whether you'll be passing through or whether you're there right now, let's go back out to GPO. I think, is CJ still standing by? He's ringing the bells like nobody's business. You know, there he is. Okay, you have to get his aviator shades on.
We're still here.
Because you
my name.
have to look good when you ring the bells.
I'm sorry, again?
No, I said
you look good.
You have to get your stunner shades on when you ring the bell, because you know if you're gonna do good in the community, you gotta look good.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so you said people are already passing by, and you know people, CJ, they're concerned about social distancing, or they're like, can I get close to you guys? Do I just drop it off somewhere? Like, how can people actually make a donation if they've got, you know, a couple bucks they want to drop off, some loose change from you know, inside the car center console and everything? How can they do that while respecting health and safety guidelines?
Well, you know, for the most part, our bell ringers are going to be away from the kettle. We're just trying to compress so that you can see us. People should donate directly to the kettle. And if they're not going anywhere, they can also go to guamredkettle.org.
Yep. And
drop in whatever amount they want online.
All right. Well, again, you know, guamredkettle.org. We showed you how to do that. Super, super easy to do. You know, there is no minimum or maximum for that point donation that you can make. And, you know, it takes 20 seconds, everybody. Do that. You'll take care of our community. And CJ, how long are you going to be there today, man?
We're here for a few more minutes, and then we got to set up the other locations. You know, this year we're doing an experiment. We're doing full size but unmanned kettles inside banks and, of course, Micronesia Mall and the Ganyan Shopping Center. So, hey, Julius, come back with $1, bro.
There you go.
That's how you do it.
Ever the salesman. Can you tell CJ runs the marketing over at at Salvation Army?
We gotta raise funds, man.
There you go. Okay, so and again, the red kettles are going to be basically unmanned. So people, please give if you can and give what you can. Certainly, our community will be better for it than the folks at the Salvation Army.
And also, we still have slots for GPO. If they want to come and ring the bell, it's 477-9818.
Right on. Okay, let's get some volunteers out there, everybody. It's good for the island, good for your soul, and good for the community overall. Okay, Captains Eric and Carrie will give you the penultimate word before we go to our music for this morning and everything like that. So, what's been the tempo so far, and managing all of the moving parts that you have to and everything like that? What's the spirit of all the volunteers and of the folks of the Salvation Army as we head into this holiday season?
Everybody is, everybody wants to help. And unfortunately, for social distancing and safety, like with Thanksgiving and even the Toys for Tots, we're not able to take as many volunteers as we normally would because we want to remain safe. And so the spirit of Christmas is alive and well on Guam. People want to help. And so we're trying to figure out safe ways to allow them to help. So GPO, we can have up to 3 people at the kettle. They will be socially distanced from the kettle. We have gloves and masks and even shields and sanitizer. And so everybody will be safe. We're going to try to make it happen, but we have to do it safely.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Santa, a final word to you, sir.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I said, jolly old Saint Nick, you have the final word before we go to our music.
You know what? I just want to say thank you very much for your support and your help. We're going to meet this need with people stepped up for our Thanksgiving meal. So that's covered now. So now we can go and put all of our efforts into this Christmas, providing joy for those that probably would not have a whole lot of opportunity this year. We know that a lot of people have been furloughed, and moms and dads still want to give back to their kids and still want to make it an enjoyable time. So we just thank you so much for making this possible. As if we all come together, it's just going to be a wonderful season, I think.
Mm-hmm. All right, and I really do appreciate the those wonderful signs that we had over at GPO, because the 2 sentiments, just one word each, hope and love. And I know that's something that all of us can really glom onto, and we can really use as as motivations for getting involved and helping out, because that is something that is truly not lost on our Guamanian people. So, Captains, thank you a lot, and Masaya Hafa, you guys ready to rock? All right, yes. So if you guys just unmute, then ladies and gentlemen, Masaya Hafa with a holiday classic to get you in the mood, as we are now in Thanksgiving week. Take it away, boys.
Buenos Holiday. Thank you, everybody, for helping and supporting the Salvation Army and all the programs here in Guam. This is actually a holiday classic here on Guam. It's an original Christmas song that we got. It's called Christmas Time.
favorite time of the year. Santa forgot
cha-cha. Yay! That's how you get your morning started. There are a bunch of people whose companies open at 10 o'clock, the stock clerks and everything, they're getting ready. That's how you get them ready for their workday.
Just like that. Great job, Eric. Right on.
Yeah, thumbs up, Eric. Great job, man. We appreciate it. Okay, man, Captain Carey and Eric, you guys got some moves. You guys were cutting the rug over there.
Hey, you're cutting the rug.
I like how you guys like did the cha-cha and yet still stayed in frame in Zoom. That is not easy to do.
We were watching Bree, and so we were like, "Hey, she's totally rocking out."
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Well, basically, she's like what we call here like next level cha-cha expert. You know, when the world goes back to normal and we have like fiestas and everything like that, we'll all get together and we'll do like the line cha-chas and everything like that. Yeah, Chris is more of an electric slide guy, to be honest with you, but you know, Bree's the cha-cha person.
I'm a Cupid
Jason's
shuffler.
more of the twerking.
Yeah, Jason's
I
twerker.
twerk. I twerk. Yeah.
Just usually not in public, but we'll make some allowances.
Only around here he does a little routine.
Yeah, but everybody, on a serious note, our island needs your help right now. There, and as Captains Eric and Carrie have said, the people that need the Salvation Army's good work, it's expanded so much, and even the people who wouldn't normally go to them. You know, we need food, we need toys, and they've even said, quite frankly, when we interviewed them last week, we need money. So we have to do what we can to practice inafamalik, to take care of our own and make sure that everybody can have a pleasant Christmas. You know, I mean, we're saying it's going to be a somewhat normal Christmas. And as Captain Carey said, the spirit of the holidays will not be lost. And so we need to do what we can to take care of them. So Captains Eric and Carey, Marisol, all the way over at the food pantry. Next time we check in with you, we want to make sure that those shelves are just bursting at the seams and you literally cannot hold enough. Thank you so much. And CJ over there, Eric, we always appreciate it, man. For our musical crew, we really, really appreciate it, man. Thank you guys so much, and have a wonderful Thanksgiving. We'll talk to you very soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right on. Okay, God bless you.
Good vibes and good people, man.
All right, 9:30.
Guam Red Kettle, right? .org.
GuamRedKettle.org.
You can make a donation online, and don't forget Tuesday, December 1st. We are holding our donation drive. You can stop through our parking lot here in Harmon and donate non-perishable food items, toys, and gifts for kids and teens. Again, it's going to the Salvation Army. We'll have entertainment, refreshments, and of course, we will be here, the Link team on location. So please drive through and make a donation.
Man, that was such a wonderful performance that our good friend Nick Lee from the Guam EPA, I mean, he dressed up for the occasion. I mean, he looks like he's going to prom. He's festive. He's in the holiday spirit, man.
Okay.
I don't. Nick, you don't have to have your mask off. I can tell like you're cursing my name right now. As I said.
He's like prom. Yeah, he's got his little. What do you call those sweaters again, Bree?
Sweater, cardigan.
A sweater vest.
Yeah, a little cardigan. Right, black on black and cool. Is there a prom over there at Civil Defense this morning? Pandemic prom. All right, we're going to come back with Nick Lee.
Pandemic prom.
What, did I just invent something? A pandemic prom. 9:36. We'll take a break. We're back with more of the Link next, right here on the Breeze 93.9.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Gesture of kindness can brighten a child's day on Christmas. With donations more challenging to deliver, this year the Salvation Army is in need of your help with their Toys and Joy drive. Donate new toys or gifts for children and teens anytime between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. at their Teton office drop boxes up until December 22nd. You can also drop off your toys to our donation drive-thru in our parking lot in Harmon between 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Giving Tuesday, December 1st. Let's all do our part and dig deep to bring some joy to kids in need this Christmas.
Today, the KUN Care Force is calling upon our island community to come together for Giving Tuesday on December 1st for a safe way to help take care of our island family.
On Tuesday, December 1st, stop through our parking lot in Harmon for our donation drive-through.
We're helping the Salvation Army's holiday campaign. You can drop off your non-perishable food items and gifts for kids and teens to our curbside attendants so we can help ensure your safety.
We'll have holiday entertainment while you wait, refreshments, and other goodies for donors.
And the link will be live on location.
So you can be part of the show.
It's all happening between 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. Let's get together and show the world that Guam can still come together for good on Giving Tuesday.
Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Dedito, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Dedito. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com.
The Christmas Pops virtual marketplace is kicking off on Sunday, November 29th, showcasing local vendors, crafts, and gift-giving ideas to get your holiday shopping season going. Watch our Christmas Pops virtual marketplace special on Sunday, November 29th on KUAM TV8 at 11 a.m. and Facebook Live with lots of interactive features and giveaways. Then find all the vendors featured on KUAMChristmasPops.com. The program will be encore through December and on demand on the stations of KUAM Communications. There is still time to become a vendor. Visit KUAM.com or email betty@KUAM.com to find out how. On December 29th, let's check off Christmas lists and support our local economy while doing it. The Christmas Pops virtual marketplace is presented by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today. Domino's. Visit domino's.gu for faster, easier online ordering. And JA Guam, bringing the business of life to life.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
I put all good.
9:40. Let's go into the Zoom room. It's been a minute since we had Nick Lee of the Guam EPA on the show. I wanted to bring him on. Kind of a round-robin update on all things Environmental Protection Agency. Good morning, Nick.
Hey, good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina. Good morning, Jason.
Good morning.
What's up, Nick?
I know you had a list of stuff to kind of update us on. You want to just jump into that, and then we'll just pop some questions? I know Bree has some really hard questions for you.
No, I don't.
Yeah, absolutely. So this past Thursday, the agency had its regularly scheduled board meeting for November. One of the topics that was brought up is the expenditure plan for the $1.3 million appropriation that the Mayor's Council of Guam received in the FY21 budget act. So for the specifics of the expenditure plan before the Guam EPA board. So he describes the plan describes a three-phase approach. Phase one is going to be concentrated on the removal, collection of abandoned and junk vehicles and tires. the second phase is going to be looking at the removal of white goods and e-waste, electronic waste, and then the last phase is green waste and loose metals. So the executive director for Mayor's Council kind of detailed what the expenditures were going to be like for the plan. And in their expenditure plan, they commit $550,000 to abandoned and junk vehicles. About $200,000 of that will go to waste tires. $150,000 will go to electronics, e-waste, and then green waste is earmarked at $50,000, and equipment rental associated with the disposal and removal of these waste items is going to be around $300,000. So the law states that the Guam EPA board has to review all of this, the details of the expenditure plan within 30 days of receipt. So the Mayor's Council submitted the plan at the end of October. The board meeting recessed last Thursday, and they're looking at resuming discussion on the expenditure plan this Wednesday. I know that there's commitments from both sides, meaning the agency and the Mayor's Council, to get the MOA process fast-tracked. There's still a review process that this has to go through so that we can get the money into the mayor's hands so that they're able to start the cleanup right away. And to that end, we do appreciate all the work that the mayors and the mayor's staff put in to get their villages cleaned up. So I'll have more. I could provide more details of following the Wednesday continuance of the board meeting as it relates to the expenditure plan from the Mayor's Council with their recycling revolving fund appropriation.
Did you guys review how they spent the last allotment that was provided to them? Do you guys review that? Hello?
Oh, he froze.
Yeah, so the villages are pretty quick to rectify those issues. They respond to our inquiries, at least within a week's time. I think from the 460-some thousand that was considered a continuing appropriation, they've nearly exhausted that. I think leaving maybe between 70 and 80,000 left in unexpended funds. So we're looking to try to fast track this process. I think everybody has a better handle on how reporting requirements are supposed to be handled with the agency so that everybody understands exactly how that money was used.
Are you back at Guam EPA, or are you still up at 311, or where are you?
I am pulling double duty. I'm still with the Joint Information Center, physically located here at Guam Homeland Security. But I still have duties with the Guam EPA, so I'm kind of dual role right now.
So aside from the recycling revolving fund that was discussed during Guam EPA's last meeting, was there anything else on the agenda that we should know about?
Sure. So there's this project that our environmental monitoring and analytical services group kind of ventured into late last year. The program was awarded a $250,000 grant from NOAA specifically for marine debris removal. And so we were able to enter into the RFP process to remove this artificial tire reef around the Cocos Lagoon area. The RFP closed sometime in March of this year, and then obviously things being with the way they are with the pandemic, our process was kind of thwarted for a bit. I understand that we have identified a successful bidder. The notice of award is going to be going out along with the contract details to get the tire reef removal project off the ground. We're anticipating that nearly or over 2,500 tires that were placed in that lagoon area to serve as an artificial reef are going to be removed probably the first quarter of next year. So we're going to keep our eyes on that and then update you guys accordingly as well.
Who put the tires there? And how long have they been there? This
You know,
artificial reef.
This artificial reef is through the background investigation and research. They're placing that thing maybe mid to late 70s. And so the idea was that you could solve your waste tire problem by repurposing the tires to form a reef structure to foster the marine habitat. The research shows that the tire reef did not act. I mean, it didn't serve the intended purpose, and so now it kind of presents a problem for us, especially during storm surges where the tires become dislodged and cause unnecessary damage to our reef structure.
How many tires?
It's probably estimated around 2,500 tires, and that's what we know of. I know that there were site assessments done in that area. Go ahead.
No, we were just
So
like,
who put the tires there?
That's unclear at this point, but I'm sure that the government probably played a hand in that.
Yeah.
And speaking of which, there are a lot of other partners that EPA is working with, folks over at NOAA, Department of Agriculture, BSP as well. We're looking into getting the project off the ground, but it's probably a combination of stakeholders and government officials, back in the mid to late 70s.
are there any environmental impacts from throwing 3,000 tires into the ocean?
Well, right now it's evident that perhaps chemicals could potentially be leaching out of the tires, but they do serve more damage as debris if they become dislodged in storm surge events, as they could they could damage the coral reef physically.
Right.
And even after the tires are removed, there are plans to ensure proper transplant of coral to other locations, just to make sure that we're not disturbing the habitat as much as possible. We want to make sure that we're not causing any damage in the removal of that tire reef.
How long has this been on Guam EPA's radar that we need to fix this problem? Because 1970s is a long time.
Right. That as far as I know, in my brief discussions with the program administrator, at one point the existence was kind of like an urban legend, and so they kind of set out to do some exploratory dives in that area, and they weren't really sure about the exact location of where this tire reef would have been formed. So I think maybe a couple years, as far as I can tell, in terms of trying to get this done.
Who discovered it?
I think through our partnership with BSP, the aquatic wildlife folks, we were looking where the reef could have informed. Again, it was the research. There was some research in both the documentation and anecdotal accounts as to what could have happened with these tires.
How many feet of water are they sitting in?
It's somewhat shallow, probably between 20 to 25 feet of water. So that going back to what the commitments are in terms of the contractor being selected, the tires are going to be disposed off island. There is going to be a proper disposal plan to remove these things. So I know that there are going to be some logistical challenges. Thankfully, the depth is not going to play too much of a factor into that. With between 20 and 25 feet. Right.
Yeah. Any update on the parking lot structure in Tumon, the David Sue thing, or the Verona Hotel? Any of those issues been updated?
Right, I do have a brief update on that. The program is working with the new owners and new management to get that cleaned up right away. I know that there is some correspondence, but that's the only update I can provide at this time.
What was the update? I'm sorry, I missed it. What was the update?
Solid waste the solid waste management program is in contact with the new owners of those properties. So they are aware that cleanup does have to be done. That's the only update I received from the program. I don't know if there was anything more than the correspondence.
Do you know who the new owner is?
I would have to check my notes. Not off the top of my head, I don't.
Okay. So do they assume all the history with the properties from the old owner, David Sue?
It is likely that the buyer of the property will assume all the rights and responsibilities to that property. But from our standpoint, you could reasonably assume that the new owner did not place or allow any of that solid waste to be placed there. But we are still very interested in working with them to get some corrective action done to clean that up.
With the COVID and everything, the pandemic, how much has Guam EPA been out there? Because illegal dumping before the pandemic, I remember it was a real hot issue, and you guys were getting taken to task on it. Is the agency or the appropriate division still out there trying to tackle this problem? And is it increasing?
We do. Right, that's a great question. I think the last time, one of the last few times I was out at a illegal dump site, probably was with you, and then I know that we assisted Senator Joe San Augustine's office, with the dump site investigation up in Chalon Ramirez. We still receive those complaints, particularly with folks also burning their waste. So investigations are still occurring with across all the programs. That's inclusive of our solid waste management program as well. I know Glenn and Darian and Rich, and they do respond to complaints. They still keep to their schedule of solid waste inspections, usually treated north, central, and southern regions. I don't know where they are with that, but they are occurring. And you're right. These things did. These were prevalent before the pandemic. It's still likely to be that way for a little while. Pandemic only provides an even greater challenge for us to do what we have to do. But agencies finding ways to augment its operations. We did have a small hiccup, with one of our personnel testing positive the first week of November. But there are still things that we take to task. Part of that is with the building and occupancy permit renewals and approvals and reviews. That there are still quite a few permits that we need to clear on our end. Obviously, we'll be looking at speeding up our online submission and review process internally. I know that we are working with the director Daphne Shimizu and the Guam Business License and Permit Center operations, along with the rest of the other agencies involved with permitting. We still continue to review notices of arrival on disinfectant and sanitizing products. Specifically the ones that you don't really use on yourself. These are more surface disinfectants. We want to ensure that the right approved disinfectant products are coming to the island. We spoke at length about this a few times. I believe it was around this time last year.
It was a lot of
when we were
times.
going through dengue. Right.
Yeah. So let's just switch. Let's switch gears here, Nick. Can you put on your 311 hat?
Okay, absolutely.
Yeah. So what kind of calls are you guys getting into 311 there? Is it a steady stream? What are people wanting to know?
It's wide ranging. We do receive a lot of questions for clarification on the traveler quarantine policy. A lot of folks also planning, their funerals. They do have questions about how they can go about conducting that. And believe it or not, we do receive a lot of calls from individuals wanting to report businesses or residences that don't appear to be adhering to the social isolation mandates or the safer at home advisory. So, we take those notes and we work with Public Health Division of Environmental Health to put it on their radar, especially if there are certain business practices that some people don't agree with, with COVID mitigation plans. We do also have questions about what services are available with the government of Guam. A lot of calls about revenue tax. A lot of calls about Department of Labor, and there's also a lot of calls about people looking to get cleared from their quarantine or their isolation orders from Department of Public Health. And so a lot of the messages that we relay is there's a couple thousand people in active isolation. Department of Public Health is not without their challenges as well. And so we've become a secondary conduit for relaying constituent concerns to public health. And for the most part, we still have to talk about some of the things that exist in the social isolation mandate. We still talk about the type of symptoms that people need to be aware of. I know that Nurse Rose Loveridge, whom you've had on the show, still keeping very busy with the triage nurse hotline. That's 311 option number 1. And so I know they've got their work cut out for them too. But we also receive a lot of questions about where to get tested, when to get tested. People want some clarification on what it means to be a close contact, or if they should report certain things to their employer. So it's wide ranging.
That's good. Yeah. Nick, how much did you say that tire contract was again?
The grant that the environmental monitoring group received was $250,000.
Wow. And then I guess in closing,
I'm sorry. Wait, how long is it going to take to clean that up? And when are they supposed to start?
That's the part of the process that's being finalized. We did identify a successful contractor, so the contract along with the notice to proceed is still pending. But internally, we're trying to get the project started in the first quarter of next year, possibly as early as late January.
Okay.
Never mind.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
No, just on island or off island vendor.
I don't have that detail right now, but a press release will come out of the agency once we're able to identify who the contractor is.
God, in a perfect world, I mean, minus the obvious liability issues, this sounds like it would be a good tire bounty thing. You know what I mean? Hey, everybody, $10 a tire, fish it out, pay you. And it's just a random thought, Nick. I appreciate your time, though.
Right on, Chris.
Okay, take care.
Take it easy. Say hi to...
Happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
right.
Happy Thanksgiving. What are your Thanksgiving plans, Nick?
Happy Thanksgiving to you guys. I'm sorry?
What are your Thanksgiving plans?
Well, I have a household of one, so...
So anybody...
It'll just be me and some sort of...
You could put out a raffle, man. For
Me and a cold beverage.
right, you and 4 cold beverages.
Right. It'll be a keto-friendly Thanksgiving meal for one.
Me, I got 5 kids, so one of them's gonna have to sit outside on the side. I think Channing. Tell Channing you got to go in the backyard by yourself, boy.
Oh, right on.
No, just kidding. That's not what the guidance says. Guidance says same household, no problem. So I guess in your situation, Nick, since you're a household of 1, you could have 4 people from outside your household come by.
Well,
like you could have the link. You could have the link staff over for Thanksgiving. What you cooking?
Quito.
I'm not sure yet, but it have to be at night though, because I'll be here at Homeland, from 8 to 5. So it'll be a Thanksgiving evening feast.
There you go. Any ladies looking for a hard-working man who works on the holidays? We got one right here, a live one. Nick Lee, Guam EPA. Are you on Facebook, Nick?
Call 311.
Yeah, call 311. What number are you? What option?
Oh boy, the connection is really bad here. It's cutting out. I think it's time to go.
What number are you, Nick, when they call 311?
We are option number 8, so that's general inquiries.
Yeah. Option number 8.
We get a lot of inquiries. I mean, it's still very necessary. There people. Not everybody has the technical or the financial wherewithal to go online and look these things up, or watch you do what you do on the link. And so the low tech option with the phone call is still very much necessary.
Oh, yeah.
Remember the Joint Information Center and the Emergency Operations Center with Guam Homeland Security and the Office of Civil Defense is an ad hoc body. So every form of communication that is available to us is going to be explored and exploited, just so that we're able to push out reliable and accurate and timely information. So we do appreciate the partnership that we have with you and Sabrina and the rest of our media partners. So thank you so much.
Right on. Well, there you go, ladies. 311 option 8. But he can be your first. He could be your first pick for Thanksgiving.
Option number 8 on your phone, number 1 in your heart.
There you go. Or in your other body parts.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Nick. Appreciate it,
Take
man.
care.
Don't blush, dude.
All right. Be safe.
Okay.
Until next time.
Right on.
All right.
There you go.
People are going to say, okay, like option number 8, but what do I press to slide into his DMs?
We'll find out for you, Jay.
Yeah, I never knew that like pimp was part of your ever expanding skill set.
That's a weird way to put it. He's a hardworking guy, Good talk there, Nick Lee, Guam EPA. Sabrina, good job today.
Good job.
What were some of the takeaways, Bree? This is my favorite part.
What were some of the takeaways?
Of this show today, the November 23rd.
How the door locked Joser and I inside and you two out of the studio.
About how a Leatherman for what'd you say, Joser? You got it on Amazon?
Got it on base.
Got it on base for $45.
Wow.
Let's get a shot of that, Joe. The most valuable investment you can probably make.
This saved the show this morning because we actually got locked out of the studio.
They did because
Yeah,
they
we
were
did.
dealing with a certain situation outside.
But that's
so-
why the weather was like an hour long this morning, in case you guys were wondering. That's funny because you guys are like, oh, what can we talk about? Let's talk about the weather. Right on.
Wait, what
And
were
we
you,
did.
What
Yeah,
were
you
you
did.
asking Landon? Because I mean, when you had that much time to
She was like, oh, when's the last time it snowed on Guam? Or, just stuff
No,
like
we talked about like you two and how he traveled out there. Just about.
Can you tell me about your shirt
past
collection? And I didn't even know
storms,
Body Glove was still in business.
No, we didn't talk about his.
Maybe next
clothing.
time you can talk to him about his shirt collection. Jay.
That sounds like questions you would like to know.
Yeah.
Okay.
How long you want? Like an hour with him?
Well, I mean, as long as we don't get locked out of the room again. That was actually
You'd
scary.
rather be locked in the room.
All right.
Okay, let's.
All right, guys. That's enough. Okay? Yeah, some of the takeaways. Friggin' COVID's everywhere, guys. The CDC has issued a level 4 advisory for Guam. They're saying that basically don't travel here. And if you do travel here, you run a high risk of getting and spreading the coronavirus.
Wait, okay, I have a question.
No.
So does that involve? Is that CDC advisory? Does that include incoming travelers as well as people departing Guam? Like if you're a local and you're going to go on.
Well,
a
I
trip
think it goes both ways.
Right. The notice it's for people traveling here. You should avoid all travel to Guam.
Right.
It may increase your chance of getting and spreading COVID-19.
Don't get it and spread it. Don't come here.
Is there a separate advisory for people that like maybe leaving?
Well, when you have a destination, like when you're traveling into the States, they're gonna say, "Hey, where'd you come from?" They'll be like, "Oh, I came from Guam." They're like, "Oh, damn, that's level 4."
Yeah.
Get back.
all of a
Get
sudden,
back.
all the lights
You
turn
can go
red.
to the.
Yeah.
Oh,
We
sorry.
could
Can
post
we
the
ask you to
link
step over
to
here to the
this
side?
this travel advisory
Yeah.
because it's fairly new. It's level 4 is new.
And it's fairly serious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you said this is the highest.
Yes, Captain Obvious.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the
Four
car
of-
score.
4 of 4, right?
All we got to do is we're going to send the CDC. We're say, "Hey, but our car score is going down." They're going to be like, "Oh, that's okay. Okay, lift that advisory." No, just kidding. They're not going to say that.
And then the situation over at the Department of
Oh
Corrections.
man, this is terrible.
Yeah, so 62 100 inmates were retested Friday. The results returned 62 inmates are now positive. They
Right.
did test eight officers, and they are all negative. So it's a total over at the Department of Corrections, 160 inmates that have tested positive for for coronavirus, and their total population over DOC is 452. So 160 out of
35%.
452.
Yeah, I did the math on that. It's 35% of the inmate detainee population of the prison has COVID-19. That's crazy.
Also, speaking of percentages, if you were taking a look at the JIC numbers when we put out that infographic last night on Instagram and Facebook, and you're wondering, oh, there were only, what was it, like 78?
73.
73. Run the positivity rate calculation on that again.
Let me do it.
24%.
Yeah. I mean, since Friday night.
29%. I'm
Yeah,
sorry. Yeah.
sorry.
Sorry, forgot to carry the one.
That's okay.
Yeah, since Friday night, there have been a total of 5 deaths. Since Friday night, there were 941 samples that were ran. 133 returned positive. And our car score, what's our car score?
It's
15.7.
right now it's 15.7, but it probably
29%.
went down again.
That's almost 1 out of every 3 people that gets
Yeah, that's
tested
what I don't get.
positive.
Because we had the governor address the Rotary Club, and then we've got different people from the response coming on, and they all seem to be saying like, "Oh, there's a downward trend," but when I look at the numbers, I don't see it. And maybe I'm not looking at the right thing, but you know what I'm saying, Bree?
I don't know what anybody's saying.
Yeah, I think the governor even told the Rotary that it's under control and that
They have the clusters under control.
right. Then we had Dr. Hoa come on and say that, oh, we're seeing a downward trend. I believe Crystal, Pacos, and Augustine also said that. I don't know what they're looking at, but
I mean, at the end of the day, right, just please, if you don't have to go anywhere, stay home, wear your mask, practice social distancing, all of the W's that we all know, and some people just aren't following.
right,
So,
yeah.
it's Thanksgiving this Thursday. I know Dr. Hoa was really concerned about this, and people going to friends' houses and other family members' houses that aren't within their household. But, public health, they issued their guidance that,
Their guidance, it was basically the safer at home advisory is still in effect. But if you're attending a gathering, they ask that you bring your own food, drinks, plates, cups, and utensils. That's so not Chamorro. Right? Can you imagine showing up? Oh, this is just for our family here, that we have our own plates, our own food. Yep. Our mashed potatoes are better than yours.
But if you are, though, you really should do this. These aren't just public health. Let me just grab it from thin air. These are also from the CDC.
Correct.
As per what,
You know what I've started doing at my house? You guys had like a pretty lengthy discussion about utensils and everything like that. I only use plastic forks and knives like for the last 6 months.
Wow, Jay, what about the trees?
I bought like a 200 count. And when I just eat, I just use plastic stuff and then just throw them away.
Just throw it away without a thought. It just goes right into the landfill.
No, not dispose of them properly.
Oh.
So we just had the EPA on. I know Nick's probably still watching.
Yeah,
right
he's
now.
probably.
Okay,
Yep.
give Jace a call.
Yeah.
Oh wait, can we talk about this? We never even mentioned your brownies.
Yeah.
Speaking of food and holiday.
You know what kind of guy I am? These guys, what they think of me? I bring in brownies, and the first thing out of their mouth is like, "Hey, what kind of brownies is it?" Like, really? You think I'm going to bring weed brownies into work?
Yeah.
To prank these guys. Hey, I have some brownies for breakfast. Then Bree's going to be like, I don't really have any questions other than what's for lunch.
Okay, but you told me off camera now.
Yeah.
Because I said they're a little on the thin side. When
They
brownies
are,
are
yeah,
kind of known
yeah.
for like their girth.
Are they? Brownies are known for their girth.
I would.
You say the weirdest.
Where's this going? Where's
No.
this going? Please.
But you said they're a little thin because you did not bake these in the traditional way, right?
Because I don't have I don't know what happened to my baking pan.
So you don't
it's
have
out,
a baking sheet.
It's out there somewhere.
So you made these with what?
I put it in the cast iron.
A cast iron skillet brownies. That is interesting.
So I just did up. I greased the pan, the cast iron, mixed up the brownie stuff, poured it in there, and then ended up with a circular, nice, like a brownie pie.
Now between the four of us in this room, who is a real brownie aficionado? Is DJ Joser. So I think we should give him the honor of being.
There's
the
no
taster.
weed in it, sir. You can eat it. Okay. There's only nuts.
Have a bite, sir. Okay. What kind of nuts? Walnuts.
You can let
Walnuts.
Yeah, walnuts.
Have a bite, sir. What do you think?
Later. He's going to have it later.
Okay.
I can smell them through the mask and everything like that.
Okay, guys. So tomorrow on the show, just heads up, Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio is going to be coming on. We're also going to get Dr. Peter Lombard. He has to come on. He's been crunching the numbers. He made some, very sobering predictions. He didn't pull them out of thin air, based on the data that he's looking at, saying that we could see 150 deaths by Christmas. So we're at like 106 now.
Yeah.
And I mean, God, everything this guy has said has turned out to be true, unfortunately. And so those are just a couple of the guests that we look forward to having on the show tomorrow. On the Link, The Breeze, 93.9, again, brought to you by Dow Rent-to-Own, Calvo Select Care, where it's federal open enrollment. So enroll now until December 14th. You can call them at 477-9808. They cover COVID. Carrier, IT&E, Calvo Enterprises, Burger King, and the Thrive Coalition, where tomorrow morning we're getting our health and wellness segment brought to you by the Thrive Coalition. Again, my name is Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
We got a special shout out, by the way.
Oh, right
from
on,
Eric Mastroianni Sr. saying Hoffaday from New Haven, Connecticut.
Wow.
You know what's out in New Haven, Connecticut? Yale University.
Wow.
We got a Yaley watching the show. Thank you.
Thank you. Right on.
Hey.
Okay, guys, that's it. Good job, Joe, sir, Jason. Again, our Link fam audience, thank you guys so much. Join us tomorrow for more of the Link on the Breeze. 93.9. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Está. Adios!
Catch the Link